Hi everyone. So another live stream, quite unexpectedly for me. I never planned this this kind of live videos. Maybe I should, but I've got so many things to do in general that I don't plan in advance. But generally I think that if something is spontaneous, it's more natural, and I am into something which I call psychological naturalism, that you are precisely as you are. Anyway, it's 3rd of January 2022. We've got New Year, and I just closed like 1 year of making art again. I'm usually making like full documentation of my art. I'm usually making, I don't know if you could hear me in general. Is everything working? Okay, I can make a because this fan page is about my art mainly. So I made a summary when it comes to my art. I made a huge amount of shitty art in general. Like it's not the best year in general. Of course, there is plenty of drawings, so you can always choose something which is working somehow. Okay, and I can make comment why am I posting everything what I'm doing. I'm posting everything what I'm doing because I'm documenting everything what I'm producing, and it's like the whole concept of it. It's like to document everything what I'm doing in order to, like, in the future, to make it possible in the future to teach some algorithm to make art in the same way as I'm doing. And it's like from the beginning, when I started like making drawing blogs and posting stuff on the internet, it was always my idea, documenting everything, even if it's shitty, in order to make such a big data collection of your drawings, such a documentation that it would be possible like to copy it by the machine. Of course, there are people which are and it's like never ending like story. So I'm posting everything what I'm producing in general. Also, of course, it's like science fiction project for the future, maybe not for me, I don't know. Just simply very detailed documentation of all sketches which are coming out from under my hands. Yeah, so this is it. And summary of this year, I'm not very happy with what I've produced, but circumstances were like adverse and difficult for me, so because of economical issues, so I had to work in minimum wage jobs. So I worked as a barista in the coffee shops this year, as a waiter, as a laborer. Finally, I found a company which is making frames. I'm working in the framing company. Now I'm working in the 2 framing companies. and it's working very well for me. So finally I will have some time to like really to be really focused on what I'm doing. So hopefully it will be like I can be more focused in general. So the next year can be more that's there will be some there will be better circumstances in general. What I wanted to say, so yeah, so I worked many jobs, many random jobs. It was quite stressful. At some point, like 4 months ago, something like that, I rented first art studio here in London, and it was quite amazing experience. It's like I had some space for making arts before, when I was during my, let's say, after high school, right after high school, I had my attic, and I could work there, but there was many problems with that as well. Now I had this art studio for like 3 months. It was shared studio, so it wasn't easy as well. It was quite comfortable to some point, but like because of traveling, I had to travel there. Because of price of renting, I couldn't manage, and I had to like be there like only a few days in a month, so there was no point, because in order to make money to keep this this art studio, I had to work very often. So fortunately in London there is so many jobs which you can make like 1-day jobs, so you can like create your own let's say schedule of work, and it's quite comfortable. So anyway, it was difficult year for me, because like I generally struggled with money all the time, and there was many like stressful situations, so I couldn't be focused as much as I wanted on making art. And taking for consideration that art is in my like generating art is my main purpose in life, it was like really shitty, because I'm like spending almost every free moment on making some kind of art, or if not even I'm not drawing, I'm thinking about it or something, so this kind of stuff. Okay, this is like another like chaotic expression of my emotions and feelings, but at the same time, when there is so many like stressful situations because of money, because of COVID or whatever. I didn't have COVID, fortunately. I've got 3 jobs of vaccine, and I feel quite safe. But now numbers of like new cases in London are quite high. But like even in this difficult time, you can always like by making a lot of drawings, finally you like find something. So even if most of these drawings which I made, I think they are shitty, there is like they are opening doors for something bigger in the future in general. Yeah, so this is my reflection in general, there is too much chaos in these drawings, which I always struggled with it, that I want to make very ordered, imaginative drawings, but finally I'm making some mess, and it's like, of course you can think that my artworks are quite ordered, but there is some order, let's say. There is always some structure. It's not pure chaos, but the difficulty of making my art is that I always want to have image in my head before I will start, and it's like a rule of mine that I'm calling it representationism. So I really would like to have representation in my head before to perfectly know what I'm gonna do, and then I can draw. But this year, because of circumstances, let's say, there was more improvisation, and there was like less thinking, more of pure drawing. So some people prefer this kind of improvised drawing in general. I prefer more structured, like architectural, more interesting, like shapes and representations. But on this emotional level, let's say, I'm mirroring what is going on in my head, and if my drawings are a little bit like strange and scary and like these awkward feelings, that's okay, because yeah, this is how I think about like everything, let's say. So it should be like brutally strange, but I would love to make it brutally strange but more structured, like so okay, this is like auto reflection, like thinking about what I'm showing here. I started experimenting with tablet, which is like not very easy tool, let's say. If you don't know this tool very well, and you would have to spend a lot of time like experimenting with this tool, you can easily make some crap. So it's very different experience than drawing by hand on paper with tools which I use to these days usually. Of course, there's many pluses of making drawings on tablets, because you've got like unlimited amount of sheets of, let's say, this. You can make any number of files which you want, but it's difficult to express, to make like shadowing, for example, and you have to find your own way of making it on the tablet, so you have to have a lot of time for experimenting. What I'm doing, it's like I created my own brush, which I like the most, and I'm using it like when I'm going to sleep and I think that I should make something. I'm just in this flow state, almost sleeping, and then I'm making some fast artwork. So it's not like very rich when it comes to form. when it comes to shapes. Those are like compositions, abstract compositions were like constructed out of lines. I'm not very proud of this. It's like tapage, like informal. There was this school of art, let's say, but it's like generating something which can surprise you as well. But there are limits of that, because I'm discovering like that I prefer like automatically, when you are making something automatically, you are finding your limits very, very quickly, because we are constructing usually like in the same way. So in order to change the way in which you are constructing, you probably would have to have this very vivid image in your head to make it differently. But because of tools like on this tablet, it always has the same like character, so it's difficult to make it like in a different way, and you can usually easily see that it's like digital production, and it's like simply not. It has different. If you are watching the products of this kind, so it's bringing different feelings than what you are producing by hand on paper in general. So I'm not very proud of what I produced this year, but there are these big artworks like the Renaissance Lemonade and the Flowers of Pathology, which I like very much. And those were like big paintings, let's say, or drawings, which are looking precisely as I wanted them to look like. There were some issues, technical issues again, because I'm still experimenting. But about these two, I can say that I am proud of them. Anyway, this year wasn't very. Last year wasn't the best, because I just recently lost my external hard drive, 1 terabyte of data, on which there was a lot of art in general, which I posted, fortunately, online on my website and on this fan page, but still, I'm not sure. It's to recover this data will cost me a lot of money, so I will struggle to get this back. So I'm starting saving. So I had some savings, and now I will not have them. So this is better accents on the end of this year. Anyway, I'll not talk too much more about my art. I will just I can tell you what is here on my face. I'm not in the fights all the time. I've got psoriasis, so-called psoriasis. I started to have it after taking psychotropic drugs. So I've got in few places on my body as well, which is very shitty consequence of taking drugs. One of the worst, because it's visible. And I can't get rid of this, because psoriasis is generally there is no medication for that. Something Something exciting and funny to tell? I don't know. Today will be a lot of shits thrown at you. Anyway, I just found another website where there is a lot of questions, random questions, philosophical question, but this time there is 500 questions. I don't know if I've been on this website. Brief to Inspire. This is the name of this website. Generally, last year, because I was working so much, in so many places, and I was in very often like in a situation when I didn't have work, so I could like so I had to change I've been stressed, like, let's say. So because of intensity of this last year, I feel like I'm older, like 5 years at least, because of that. Anyway, some questions. I will find maybe some questions which have never been asked on this in this snapshot of the mind, but it will be difficult because I answered so many of them. There is a question. If we are humans, why aren't we behaving like humans? There's no like limited definition of what it means to be a human. You can describe like how body is constructed, but you can't describe insights of human mind, which is potentially limitless, because it's like algorithm which can like change itself all the time. So it's algorithm, let's say, or bunch of algorithms which are constantly in a constant change. So that's why we are not behaving like humans, because we are constantly creating a definition of what it means to be a human. Do animals dream? Of course they are dreaming. So I'm just seeing a lot of questions. Do true love really exist? Is love a decisive for commitment? What does it mean to truly love all the other people? What do love and hatred come from? Who knows? Who knows? thus philosophical love is different from normal love. Probably everything what is philosophical is idealized, so it's ideal. It's an idea how something look like, and normal love is like everyday struggle, and it's like how do intellectual people love their partners? On the intellectual level, is it possible? Like, I think that if you are intellectual, you are constantly undermining, like, and trying to find some mistake. So that the nature of dialogue is like that. You are correcting the mistakes of others. So it's like a constant fight, let's say. So I think love is on this emotional level. It's less intellectual, so it's more like animal-like. And of course, like, you can love this like intellectual struggle as well. But on the intellectual level, if you are honest, you are giving up emotions to find some answer to questions. So love is not very intellectual, but mature love, taking for consideration many factors, probably. So if you are mature, you are probably more intellectual, so you are more controlling yourself, and you can like manage your emotion in a better way, so you are not like slave of your, you are not a slave of your passions, let's say. Why do philosophers mostly choose a single life instead of living with loved ones? It's easier to think when you are alone, simply, to be focused. That's why. So if you want to solve some problem or truly deeply understand, it's a lonely journey, I think. On our deathbeds, what are things that we are going to remember and love? Everyone is different. Everyone has different goal. It's like depending on what in what state of mind are you in, different things matters for you. If you are strong, healthy, and excited about life, you probably think more about, like, you are not in this vulnerable position so you are probably thinking, I can imagine that, about more exciting things, like, I don't know, traveling or whatever, new events, passions, creativity in general. But if you are vulnerable, if you are dying, you probably want to feel safe. and then you can think about family, about your loved ones, and so on. And so I think this state of mind of vulnerability and weakness will influence your way of thinking. So there is relativity when it comes to states of mind and what matters. Deep philosophical question to ask. Let's see if they are really truly deep. And me, as a not very deep person, I will answer not in a not very deep way. For deep philosophical question, what are you most worried about in the next century? Just people are. I'm worried when people are trying to scare you and tell you what should you be afraid of, and this is very manipulative, and those media are creating like artificial dangers, and it's like horrible. Everyone tried to this is the way of manipulate you to make you afraid of something and to tell you that, oh, it's going to happen, so we know how to prevent it, so follow us. And this is a way of manipulate people in general. So if you will find a way to calm down by yourself, you are winning something. You should. So don't be worried, just be very curious about something. So again, if you are an intellectual, because worried like implies for me that you are stressed or afraid of something, and you are overthinking something. So if you are intellectual, don't be afraid, don't be like too emotional about anything. Just be curious. What are your values? Are you being true to them? Are you being true to them? Values. I said it a few times that the most interesting for me in my life are freedom. This is on the first place, and truth, because knowing truth can make you free in general. But like because of this freedom element, I love to live in the world of my imagination in general. So I like to, and it's like a task to make yourself more free. You are developing your imagination. If you could give someone just one piece of advice, what would it be? It's just it's like I don't believe in this kind of advices, and I told it a few times probably, but just be good for yourself, and then everything will be easier. should you live for the present or for the future? Of course, I'm fan of Zen and like Buddhism in general, and here and now, of course, and what I'm doing now as in this live stream, it's cultivating here and now and having fun here and now. It's a celebration of life. If you want to be truly relaxed, just do whatever you wanted to do just today, because later it can be too late. But at the same time, I am a fan of like science fiction and planning for the future and new technologies and so on. So those are not toys which you can build like from Lego. So just you have to plan. So future is exciting always for me, because when it comes to creativity, you can't be here and now only. Like creativity is being in the world of your imagination, in your head. So in order to make it happen, you have to think about future and you have to plan. Blah blah blah. Okay, do we have free will? I don't know, and I don't care too much. I just want to have more and more freedom. So and methods for that are this which I told you, just to know what is going on, what is the truth, how world works, how social world works, and so on. So then you got more freedom. But is it predetermined? Possibly. But like the most important thing is to in a social circumstances, in a social context, to not be influenced by others too strongly, because there are people which want to influence us in many ways, and they don't care about our needs. They care only about their needs. So in order to have more free will, just don't be dependent on other people in a bigger way. So let's say, yeah, so we can be determined by physics, and because of let's say architecture of our brains, but we don't know precisely how we are determined. We are probably determined, and probably we can be we can make some forecasts and we can predict how something will behave, but because brains are very complex systems, so we don't know precisely how this lack of free wills can look like precisely. But in a social context, in order to have free will, I would say just don't be dependent on other people so much. So for example, answering these questions, I limited myself because I could think about questions by myself. So I'm predetermined by this set of questions. And the same is if you are hanging out with some people, you are predetermined by this fact, because they've got some limits. They can manipulate you in some way. They've got some so if you want to be more free, just think what do you want to do really, and it can be your answer can be very different than what is possible for you at the moment in this social context in which you are precisely. So Why should you ask philosophical questions? Why should you ask philosophical questions? Like, if you want to be free, let's say, I think that there are people which don't want to be free, and they are very comfortable with being slaves in general. But if you want to be free, just realize what is going on, and that's my simple description why philosophy matters. Let's say philosophy as well is showing answers to questions from many points of view, as many possible as. Let's say if you've got some identity, which you agree that this is your true identity, you are limiting yourself because like you are sticking to one point of view, and like the same is like if I'm sticking to only a goal of mine to be free, I'm ignoring some aspects of potential answers, because I can as well put at the first place that I want to feel safely. I want to be safe, and then everything's changing. You are giving up maybe a little bit of freedom, and you are giving up of free will, and so on and so on. So, but like philosophy is like a meta level. So, and everything can be questioned. Like this is like. I mean, philosophy, I mean true, like how to be a true scientist. So you have to question everything. So, I mean, you don't have to ask philosophical questions, but they will. We don't have to name that in that way, but we'll ask them anyway, because everyone is. Like have to in order to like live somehow you have to determine what are your priorities, what is your goal, what do you want, what do you like, and so on. So and if you are like honest when it comes to answering these questions, you are simply answering philosophical questions. So I think that everyone is a philosopher, because everyone has some world view, some way of thinking, some way of reasoning, and so on. Everyone has some prism. Yeah. So, but I mean, philosophers at least are trying to be objective, but you don't have to. I mean, it would be easier to live with someone if he is trying to see some in some objective way, but for you personally, it doesn't matter, to be honest. Do young people value different things than adults? Of course. Yes, at every stage of life there are different sets of values. So and it's you are always like saying things from your like perspective. So and your body is changing, your experiences are changing, so values are changing. So What is the first thing you think about when you wake up in the morning? What kind of creative activity I can like what interesting and creative thing I can do today? Of course, usually I've got some plan, but yeah, and for example, like when I was younger, I had like it was probably more social, like with whom and where I can have fun today. Because if you are younger, you don't know yourself too well yet, so you don't know what is like so the most exciting for you, and so what is the first thing you think about you wake up in the morning? Oh la la. What I'm going to eat, the most trivial. Why do we obsess over looking young? We want to be attractive, to attract attractive people. That's simple. And young people are the most attractive usually, but it's not a rule, of course. Where do you find peace, and why does it matter if suffering make us better? I don't think that suffering is making anyone better. That's the first thing, but like adverse circumstances and difficulties in life are creating more experienced person, and in general it's easier to get through life when you've got many experiences, and just so you can find peace. But everyone knows what is peace, how and why does it matter if suffering makes us better? Yes, suffering is not making us better. Suffering, make us prepared for suffering, so we are better in that way, that we already experienced suffering, so we now already experience struggles of life, so we are better prepared for them, and that's a big deal. But to have a peace of mind is like from my perspective as an artist, to be in the peace of mind is a luxury, because I can produce like something really important then, and like deep and meaningful for me. Why should anyone interested in philosophy anyway? I answered few times. There is now unanswerable philosophical question. Have you ever wondered why some questions are unanswerable? To stimulate your curiosity, here are some more unanswerable philosophical questions that provoke your imagination. How do you explain a blind man about light and deaf about sound? There's always some way of explaining this kind of I mean, it's not impossible, I would say. course, like there are some sensations, like body sensation, when you are experiencing sound or light, which you can't exchange. But language we are using on everyday basis, we can use some metaphors, we can use some like, let's say, I don't know, mathematics and examples from different, like how do you say it, sensations, bodily sensations. So you can see light, but you can feel temperature of light. You can see feel it on your skin. You can measure it with some instruments, which can give you some value, like spectroscope or whatever. So you can understand it but not feel it. When it comes to sounds, like for example sounds of language, it doesn't matter that it has its sound wave in the air. It matters that it represents a structure of language, and this structure of language is we can easily transmit it to someone. Like we can like, if you are deaf, if you are blind, you can still like grasp language. Before we were born, what were we? If you don't exist, you don't exist, simply. And that's it. Simple story. No body, no pain. What happens if we live forever? Woo-hoo-hoo. Who knows? No one lived forever. Maybe universe is forever. But we can't ask any questions which will be directly respond. There will be no response. What happens if we live forever? That's the wormhole to which I don't want to go in at this moment. Is it really possible to see the clear perspective of others? In order to see someone's perspective clearly, you would have to become them. It's impossible, like, to understand, like, in 100% someone else, I think. Because there are some similarities between us, we can imagine, we can like make an investigation and try to understand. But and the more information you've got about other person, the better to understand. But to fully understand, but empathy is simple because we are quite similar. But there are complex, like complex life events when ethical answer to these questions are like not very easy to answer. You don't know how you would behave in some circumstances. So you can think that you understand, but you will never understand. So if you are like, if your life is in danger, you are like behaving in very different way, and you can't judge anyone whose life is in danger because those are like very like atavistic, primitive emotions at play, and your whole like intellectual approach is not a good tool to understand the situation, and so on. How to feel exactly how others feel. As I said, the more information you got, the more is this possible. This is possible, but I'm thinking now about like psychologists and psychiatrists, for example, and I don't think that they truly want to understand some people, because they've got this preconception of how someone should function in society and so on, and this is like philosophical question. So they don't how to feel exactly how others feel. So they don't. So many people don't care about feelings because they've got definition of what is right. Let's say. So it's a huge problem in society because, like, anyway. How to know exactly what others think about us. I don't want to know what people think about me, for example. How to know exactly what others think about us. They will never tell you precisely what they think. What if we wake up tomorrow without one of our senses? You can, sometimes it's probably difficult to understand your limitations. So if you are losing some senses, you can't like know it straight away. But yeah, again, you can't know that. So if you are born without some sense, you are blind or deaf, you will never know what it means to when there is lack of these senses. So you have to have something to feel a lack of something. What would it be? Feel like if a man what would it be feel like if a man to be a woman? Well. Again, I don't think it's possible fully to understand, but like on psychological level, it's like there are people which are simply have, let's say, psychology of different sex than the body of their body. Is there anything to use besides our senses? We've got reasoning tools, we've got logic, we've got mathematics, we can... so senses are very basic and they are very primitive, so you can simply... And this is misleading because our senses are like evolutionary, making it possible to survive in our environment, but on like instinctive way, but we've got like language and logic and mathematics, and we can reason about what we are experiencing. What is the purpose behind whatever we think, feel and act? It's thinking, feeling and acting It's all about making us comfortable. That's it. We want to be happy. What is sixth sense? I just answered, like reasoning, like I would say. Why everything in life seems to so certain yet unknown at the same time? We can't predict everything, so it's okay. We can know what kind of events can happen, but we don't know precisely when and how it will happen. So in one way it's certain that, I don't know, there will be day, for example, sun will probably, there will be sunset. I mean, there will be another day, but you know more or less what kind of event can have a place, but in what kind of order you never know precisely. Blah blah blah. So what is the whole point? What if you are wasting your time by thinking? For sure, we are wasting a lot of time by thinking. I think it's like we are thinking because, like, for the same reasons why we are playing as a kids. So it's a playground and it's preparing us for real life events. But if you are living in, like, we are thinking and imagining things, sometimes it's because you don't have real life experiences or it's impossible for you. So thinking makes you free and imagination makes you free. How do we know when we are free? Just if you've got a goal and you are attaining this goal, you are free. You've got some concept idea and you can make it real, you are free. But you can be free of ideas as well and free of concepts, and it's much easier. And it's like this Buddhist Zen-like state of mind where you are giving up everything and you're just in pure nirvana. Are we slaves to anything or anyone? Yeah, we are slaves to money, governments. We are slaves. Okay, because we can't, like, live according to our plans, imagination goals, and so on, personal goals. So there are these society duties, let's say, which make us slaves. Okay, so there is more questions, philosophic question about light, whatever. This is brief to inspire, your guide for life, 500 plus philosophical questions, dim dumb funny kids, thought-provoking, that inspire you today. I never saw this kind of websites before I started making this snapshots of the mind series, but it's a very nice concept, and in general good question is worth a lot, and it's a great idea, and I think just talking is very important. And I'm constantly making loops here and coming back to the same questions and so on, but it's polishing, like, my perspective, and it's just fun. I don't have too much time anymore, but yeah, again, I provoked myself to make this live video. I didn't plan that. Nothing specific and very important to say, but it's fun, and I think I'll be making it more often, hopefully. Yeah, now I will have a little bit more of free time because of like my new job which will not take a lot of time. Let's say, so expect more art from me and more of this kind of shitty videos. Maybe someone will enjoy it in the future. See you.
Oh no, he's live again. He went live again. Oh no, oh no.
Preposterous vulnerability.
Once again.
Preposterous vulnerability. Preposterous vulnerability. Preposterous vulnerability. Preposterous vulnerability. Preposterous vulnerability. Preposterous vulnerability.
Preposterous vulnerability. Preposterous vulnerability. Some words are so difficult in English, and live streaming is great for feedback. Like, you know what you are saying and how you are saying, and you can spot your mistakes. Where did I finished last time? So, deep philosophical questions. Again, as a not very deep person, I will be answering some philosophical questions, as I think that like everyone is a philosopher in general, and everyone is an artist, everyone is a human being in general, everyone has brain. And everyone can speak and talk and comment and have fun with their life in general. So I will be here like 1 hour talking about everything. Philosophical questions about existence. Wow. There are some assumptions, how to say it, hidden, like, okay, here are the best questions about existence. What is existence, and why did it occur? This is too difficult for me to answer. About, let's say, that at this moment I would answer that we have to connect existence with consciousness. Why? Because if there would be no consciousness, existence would be not. Nobody would be aware of this existence, probably. So in order to talk about existence, we would have to talk about consciousness, probably. But it's like improvised answer, and I would not tell that it's an absolute answer, and I would say, in my opinion, like, things can exist, matter can exist, and physics in general can exist without consciousness, of course. But what is physics, and like what is this which exists? It's very long answer and complex question, and physics has some answers, but those are like approximation, let's say. Anyway, So this is my fast answer for deep, very extremely deep, like fundamental question. What is what is the meaning of our existence? I answered a few times on this question. Is existence weird? Extremely weird. Like existence is a pure weirdness. In my opinion, like that's why my reaction to existence is like, what is fucking going on? And it's very strange that we exist and we are like aware of it. So consciousness is paradoxical in general. Why do we have existential crises? Because we've got brains, we've got too large brains, so we are aware of too many things. So we've got genes which wants to reproduce themselves, and we've got these brains which represents these genes, and we are aware of everything. Like so the more you know, the more probable is that you will have some sort of crises in your life, because you are more and more aware how strange existence in general is. Do ideas are the only things that exists? No, absolutely. I disagree with idealism completely. It's an insane philosophical bullshit. Bollocks. Do ideas are the only things that exist? Absolutely not. Ideas are after experience, coming after experience, always. And what is an experience? It's like complex answer again, and I will not try to answer this, but experience is first. So physics is first, later there are concepts about physics. And this is the most rational, let's say, answer for this. There are these arguments about idealism that we are not aware of anything else than ideas, and I think it's an amazing argument for idealism, but it's a logical play only, because it's like cutting off the whole experience. Like, we are not like in a virtual world. In a way we are, but because we've got like concepts in general, so we are able to like live in this dreamy world of concepts only, so we can live in our imagination only, but our concepts has to be confronted. They are confronted with. We are confronting our ideas with reality by making experiments in general and so on. But idealism, it's like it's like religion. It's like not the best concept with which got like some philosophers which are like bullshitting people, in my opinion, in general. Anyway, but of course there are like very serious philosophers which are fighting like for idealism, writing books about it. I don't buy it. Yeah, why do? Okay, how can we truly change the perspectives on our lives? How can we truly change the perspectives on our lives? Experiencing different lives and different opinions and different points of views simply by talking with people, reading, and this kind of stuff. The more diverse experience, the more probable that we will change slightly our point of view, our perspectives on our lives. And funny thing is that I see my life differently every day. So I'm not sticking to one story about my life, because it can be like story, not the best story which I can tell myself about my life. So I'm trying to not believe in any story which my brain is producing in general. How should we prepare for our inevitable death? Just get used to this thing that every day at any point you can be dead. Because accidents, so just and if you don't have any strange concepts about what is after death, it's easier to swallow in general. So but at the same time, then you are like more aware of the value of life and so on. Is adversity truly the worst thing in our lives? I'm checking the definition of adversity. I know what it means, but making sure. Okay. Is adversity truly the worst thing in our lives? I mean, it's important to be happy, but not the most important, maybe. I mean, what kind of life it is if it's not, let's say, happy life, but if you watch a movie, Life is Beautiful, you know that it's a perspective is a huge part, let's say, but it's like living in this virtuality has some bad sides as well. So I am like, when it comes to life, I think that people should know us as much as possible, so we should be like realists, and based on that we can dream, let's say, and imagine better future and so on. Is adversity truly the worst thing in our lives? We can be extremely alone, let's say, knowing that there is no one which can understand us. So if we've got adversity, but we know that someone will get our point, let's say, that's fine, even if we will be struggling like a little bit. Why do we enjoy comfortable life, and is it actually that great? I said it a few times in this live streaming videos. I don't think that suffering is making us noble or better I don't think that what doesn't kill us will make us stronger. I think that living a comfortable life when you can explore some subjects and ideas, it's a great thing, and it's an ideal model for me for self-development, let's say. But at the same time, experiences are important, like real life experiences, meeting real people and so on. So it's good to have some challenges, but not too many of them, let's say. Not extreme challenges. Anyway, who decides what we should or shouldn't do in our daily lives? Only you should decide what you are doing with your life. There shouldn't be any other option. Unfortunately, there are people which are deciding how our daily life looks like, and there's not too many options what we can do with that. What is meaning? Meaning is everything what you think is important for you, eventually for your loved ones. But it can be very diverse answer, what is meaning, and the more universal answer, probably the more meaning we would say. So, like for me, the most valuable and the most important is like truth. So science has the most is the most meaningful. But let's say, I think that to make, let's say, science deep, we have to have plenty of subjective points of views, which can enrich our worldview in general and our model of the world. What is essence? There is no essence in general. Those are last questions in this on this website. Philosophical question, brief to inspire. Anyway, there are other questions, but no, never mind. Philosophical questions about relationships. I don't like this. I'm not in a relationship, so I'm not enjoying these questions. There's no philosophical questions about beauty. Okay, best philosophical questions about beauty. Is nature good and beautiful only when it is beneficial to humans? Yeah, we are part of the ecosystem, let's say. We should respect other beings, let's say. Because we can extinct some species and so on. But I think that our consciousness is quite rare in the cosmos, as far as we know. So we should protect it on the first place. But but at the same time, I'm not like excluding different animals from this like consciousness mysterious thing. So I think that we should protect like consciousness in general, like complexity. Let's say it's extremely rare, and like anti-entropy, like behaviors of any sort. So intelligence, let's say, it's extremely rare. So it would be nice to protect it. It would be, let's say, beautiful. I don't have like full explanation why we should do it, like, but I feel like it should be like that, and like answering this question would be very, very long, like why we should do it. But like maybe it's my genetical program that we should protect consciousness, our on the first place probably. But like I like this Buddhist perspective again, that like we should reduce suffering. So and there is consciousness and there is only suffering you are conscious only of suffering. So maybe then keeping this consciousness is not so it's not on the first place. Yeah, so but it's like, let's say, it's a philosophical like issue, so it's like I'm not giving definite answer to just this let's say point of views which I would love to like see on the first place, let's say. Why you should be gentle with people? Because it's like it's coming back. It's like, and it's easier to live when in a peaceful time in general. So there's no point of being like completely absorbed with yourself only. I mean, we are cooperating all the time, so if we want to live a comfortable life, we should be gentle, and that's it. And it's working so far. It's working even too well, let's say, because we are like, because of these cars and computers and so on, of energy, using so much energy, we are like exploiting our planet and whole ecosystem and so on. These questions are asked in a smart way, because these subjects are like overlapping. No, it's not an English word. Overlaps. These subjects overlaps, let's say. Anyway, why is beauty associated with morality? This is a very difficult question. And I don't think that these associations should exist, let's say. Not necessarily. We can take it from biology. So we've got like genetic program, let's say, to see like symmetry as a feature. Those are like speculations. That symmetry is showing like healthy. It's a sign of healthy features of genotype, let's say. So and like if we can say that someone is beautiful, it's like from genetic point of view, let's say, it means that he's healthy. So so we are like wants to protect this beauty, let's say, and it's a moral issue. Then morality starts to so protecting this beauty, protecting health is some moral issue. This is one connection, like strong connection, like it's a biological feature of our biological feature, let's say. But it's like there are many people is trying like to connect beauty with truth, and like it's too much for me, and it's like it's because it's like intuitive way of thinking in general, building these associations, and this is like more poetic than rational, I would say. So it's like is making brain surgery a beautiful thing? No, it's not a beautiful thing, but it's a moral thing to do, probably, and so on. So it's medicine as such, like we can say it's beautiful, not necessarily it's a messy like business. So aesthetics has nothing to do with it. So if there is no beauty in one's soul, if there is no beauty in one's soul, there's a person unworthy to live. First of all, what is soul? I don't know. I don't know how you are defining beauty. So I will not try to answer this question. Why a person with beauty is so simple and elite in his presence? Why a person with beauty is so simple and elite in his presence? Beauty is rare, let's say. Like, how often are you using this word in general? So like I would say, beauty is like something extremely rare. So it's like if we see someone is beautiful, we simply like we are speechless. Yeah, so why do people think beautiful people have moral upright? Yeah, this is like this kind of connection with which shouldn't exist. Yeah, beautiful people are not. I mean, you can say that, okay, ugly people are treated in society, are treated probably worse than beautiful people. So if they are reflecting, let's say, these emotions and reactions which people are putting in them, you can say that, okay, so this, let's say, quotation mark, ugly people, which I don't believe in. There is no such thing as ugly, like being, let's say. So they are treated worse than nicely looking people, let's say. So they will not be as kind and nice as these beautiful people, which have everything from other people, because everyone wants to have them around them, and so on. So if let's say quotation mark, ugly people are behaving worse than beautiful people, it's because they are reflecting, like they are doing precisely the same what society is doing to them. That would be my tricky answer. Why do people think beautiful people have moral upright? There is no, like, it's not a rule, let's say. There is no connection. There shouldn't be. Like, if there is some connection, we can explain it like I just did before. Anyway, those are like very strange, like deliberations about. It's like sick a little bit. How do we differentiate a soul with beauty and evil tantrums? Tantrums. Tantrums. So, how do you differentiate a soul with beauty and evil tantrums? It's intuitive. Like, aggression is like ugly, but I'm so pissed off when they are in this context of philosophy. They are using so often word soul. I hate this word. It's like you are creating something from nothing. You can ask this question differently. How do we differentiate a person with beauty and evil tantrums? And that's it. Why this soul is here? It's like you are assuming that something exists before, like if you are willing to answer this question, it would be like you are accepting the existence of soul. I'm not accepting existence of soul, so I'll be not answering this question. Do beautiful people always stand alone and wonder about beauty? What a fucking crazy idea. Do you consider yourself beautiful? Of course I am very beautiful. How much money is too much? Okay, different philosophical questions about money. Oh, it will be funny. Good questions about money you need to read. What does money mean to you? Money, it's a struggle. Money is pain. Money is like slavery. Money is having a master. Money is like a war. Money is like dirty stuff. It's a fucking nightmare of our existence, money. But at the same, of course, like money are for some purpose, but to get to this purpose, we have to be slaves. So it's like immoral. Why money is rolling the world instead of morals? I'm not so sure about that, because people have memory and they can spot every bastard in general. So you can have money, you can have illusion of power, but people never forget. Are you open to receiving money? Give me money. Like, if you've got some money, give me money. How much money do you want to earn by the end of your 50s? if it would be more than I am earning now in my 40s, like soon, like I'm almost 40, it would be more than now, it would be quite good. Anyway, how much money is too much? Let's say every amount of money which is giving you too much influence on other people is too much. What do you believe about rich people and poor people? That's this inequality is artificially created and artificially supported, and it's unnatural. Let's say, why rich is rich and poor is poor? Because there are people which don't want to redistribute goods in general. If there is no concept of money, what would people do? There would be some other concept, which I don't know yet. Does earning money bring happiness? There are some studies which are showing that to some point more money brings you happiness, but after some threshold there is no connection between like money and happiness. So why all the successful rich people do not satisfy with money? Because you can have money and be completely alone, and like you are in the castle, let's say, and it's like because of this proportion and inequality which is artificially created, you're losing connection with people, simply because people hate you because of that, they are jealous and so on. So it's because this system is supporting this inequality, there's a lot of polarization in general in society, in my opinion, which is sick, and it shouldn't be like that. Okay, so we've done money, beauty, I avoided questions about relationships. There was existence. Let's go with philosophical questions about time. Is time an objective phenomenon? Time is relative, yes, but it's like objective. Yeah. I'm not going into this wormhole again. Those are like too complex questions, and like time is very difficult concept in general. Is time finite or infinite? I believe in infinity. I don't believe in beginnings and ends in general. I mean, I believe in our limited time as a living brains, but I don't believe in beginning of the universe and the end of the universe. It's I think it's a human concept in general. I believe in infinity. Do you think that the time is the greatest philosophical mystery of ever encountered by mankind? Do you think that the time is the greatest philosophical mystery of ever encountered by mankind? Yeah, it's one of the like fundamental, like basic forces And there's time, the forces of nature, like gravity, electromagnetism, weak and strong atomic like forces, and we've got time, and this is like one of the questions, where is it coming from in general. So it's very difficult question. Is it possible to measure time? Does time have a definite form? How to find the origin of time? Are the concepts of past, present and future real? Does time flow? Is time travel possible? Does time exist after all? Those are questions for physicists in general, and I will not go there. Philosophical questions about art. Okay, this fan page is mostly about art. It's about me, but it's about art. It's on the first place when it comes to my passions. So I'll answer these few questions and I will finish this live stream. If the artwork is a judge, how would it critique itself? If the artwork is a judge, how would it critique itself based on comparison with other artworks? Does every art represent a significant meaning in life? Yes, every art represents a significant meaning in life. Why? There's plenty. You would say there's plenty unimportant artworks which you don't care about, which you think are ugly and so on. But every time artworks is someone is creating an artwork, someone is deciding that they'll like spend at least 1 hour or something like that, some part of their life doing this artwork, and everything what you think about life and what is important in life is somehow in this artwork. So like even the way you are making this artwork is telling whole story about you and your life and so on. So there's plenty of meaning, and okay, maybe it's not the most significant meaning which you are like saving in this artwork, but it's like, yeah, it's telling story about you as a creator of this artwork. So, and it's like all your life is about the most important things in your life. So yeah. Why? So does every art represent a significant meaning in life? Yes, in some way. I'm describing it that in that way that everyone is describing an algorithm by which person is using for thinking, so creating an artwork. So this is very meaningful, let's say. Why there is a deep relationship between art and philosophy? yeah, it's like about priorities in life in general, let's say. So every artist creating an artwork must like answer themselves a question. They are not necessarily have to, but they will answer this question anyway. Like, what is important for you? What is funny for you? What is, I mean, even if you are deciding that you are making comic books, cartoons, you are like making a aesthetical decision which has to have some explanation. So if you are choosing, like, even if you are choosing a tool, it's a message. So it's a like philosophical issue, like what makes art different from philosophy. Okay, so like let's define like philosophy. Let's say, so for me, philosophy is a like effort to create like coherent like interpretation of life in general. So it's like creating model of the world, and if we are like really honest creating this model of the world, we are making science. So I would, for the purpose of this short video, define philosophy as a science. What makes art different from science, let's say. So science is about truth, and art is about it's not about truth only. It's about truth, subjective truth, about yourself, about your imagination. But art can ignore reality in some way, partially. But it's like for me, it's personally, it's about imagination, and this imagination can be irrational, can be false, and so on. So, but even like you are creating surreal piece of art, there are parts of, like, let's say, physics, which we all agree upon which, or about which we are agree that, okay, so this exists, this doesn't exist, and so on. So there is plenty of philosophy in art, in a way. What would life be without art? It would be such a fucking boring life. Imagine radio without music. We imagine clothes and like without design. We imagine cutlery, everyday objects without any design. Imagine your hair without any style, let's say. We imagine everything what people are like objects of everyday use, which we are creating. We are making aesthetical choices, and it's art. This aesthetical choices. This is art. So it would be very strange life without art. Why art is completely mysterious and strange in so many ways. I mean, it's not very mysterious, come on. It's the process of creation is always like difficult to describe, but if you will put a little bit of effort, you can easily like describe this process. Why Mona Lisa art is so famous? Because of because of hype. With almost all famous artworks, it's like it's hype. It's like why I don't know. Of course, there is some quality in it, amazing quality, but there's so many masterpieces. Why Mona Lisa is the most famous? I'm not sure about it. It's like it's simply advertisement, I would say. Can a good fake be art too? In a proper context, fake can be art as well. Is graffiti art? Of course it is. It's very creative genre of art. I see like very skillful like draftsmen, painters. I'm here in London. There's plenty of canals, and around these canals there's plenty of graffiti, and like many times I'm watching these projects and these artworks, and I think, wow, such a talent. Like you have to be very skillful craftsman to make this kind of graffiti. And those are not simple projects. Those are geometrical shapes, which are like this is like mathematics and like creating very complex patterns. It's not a simple thing to do. So you've got to be very skillful in general, and you have to be fast, and huge respect for graffiti artists in general, street artists. Of course, we can say that it's like very conventional, and they are quite limited in many ways, but it's like in order to make such a strong impression that you are walking around the street and you are like it's make you like focus, and it's make you react like in a way that's wow. Not everyone can do it, and I would be hopeless and very bad graffiti artist for sure. I mean, it's simply you have to practice a long time and so on. So yeah, of course, it's an art. Can anybody be an artist? Yes, of course. Anyone can like create original. It's like art is mainly about making something original. That there is no such like copy of it. So even if someone is making copy, this copy will be made in their way. So the way you are even creating copy is your unique way of, is showing like your unique way of thinking. So everyone is an artist, even if you think you are not original, you are always making, because every brain is different. Everyone is putting like accents in different places and so on. So everyone is an artist. Why are the most famous artists male? It's like fucking politics. That's all. And it's like because male are like for many centuries they were like dominant because of physical strength, but that's all. And we simply like bullied women for many centuries. So now there will be more and more women artists, and that's awesome. Okay, so another part of Snapshot of the Mind. It was me, Ratz, and I had fun. Next time, if you want to ask me any question during this live stream, just do it. Sometimes I'm answering philosophical questions just to kill some time, whatever it is. You can't kill time if you don't know what it is precisely. Can you imagine? Okay, thank you very much. Cheers. Hello, funny people. Why so serious? We'll continue series of Snapshot of the Mind with the same set of questions, deep philosophical questions. Let's go wild. Why not? You can ask me any question at any moment if you want. If no, just don't do it. What is this? Okay. Maybe in a comment I'll just post this link to these questions, so you can answer these questions by yourself. Okay, done. Okay, so comments on are like, okay, this URL goes against our community standards or on spam. Brief to inspire. To protect people on Facebook from spam, we don't allow content that contains such URL. Really? How is it? Anyway, I'll post somewhere. So brief2inspire.com, philosophical questions. That's it. So you can check what is the source of these questions. Funny philosophical questions. Really? So sweet. Funny philosophical question. Here is the list of funny philosophical questions that will make your day. Oh, for sure. For sure. I had quite nice day. Just took a walk around the neighborhood. I had great. I ate salmon, chickpea and spinach with broccoli, and it was awesome. I bought some fresh pens for making drawings, for drawing, and it was pure pleasure. So I don't know if you can make my day any better anyhow. Okay. If you save time, when do you get it back? Soon. Why do we kill people for killing people to show that killing is wrong? That's American website, and it's stupid questions like we shouldn't kill anyone. I think it's ridiculous, like, to punish someone like that. It's simply, I mean, the real punishment to be like conscious and not free. If you would like to be the sun in someone's life, will you stay 92 millions, 93 millions miles away from them? What the fucking amazing funny question. What do they call it? Quicksand, when it sucks you down slowly. Ha ha ha. If 9 of 10 suffer from diarrhea, does that mean 10th one enjoys it? Those are not funny questions. When will you free yourself if you are prisoner in your mind? That's the point. Yes. We are usually like the worst for ourselves. And it's very long process to free yourself from yourself. And the root of that, in my opinion, those are mainly other people which are trying to make us they are trying to make us similar to them, so they are forcing us to adjust. So later you've got these voices in your head which are telling you what you should do or you should not do. Anyway, it's very difficult to get rid of this convictions. People which are our parents, our family, our friends, they are making mistakes as well, and sometimes they've got some advices which are not the best in general. So you can be later a prison of these false ideas, of these stupid ideas of so for example, low self-esteem or anxiety, social anxiety. Those are things which are not coming from your like genetic makeup. This is coming from your experience. So yeah, when will you free yourself if you are a prisoner in your mind? So it's a process, and it's a long process but everyone has different methods for that, and I think that there can be the pattern that the more you learn, the more freedom you've got. So with time it's better and better. But anyway, you have to push yourself and investigate and practice and think about it and process it, and it's always it's always a challenge, and it's not going to happen in one day, and so on. So and there are some issues which you will be forever, because it's difficult to get rid of some algorithms and patterns which we like sponges we just we are contaminated with bad ideas, and we are thinking with ideas and patterns of thinking which you can't like get rid of easily. Very difficult process. Brain is a tricky machine, very complex. So you can fight with these limits which you are creating for yourself for very long time. Why do you want to live if it is going to be over eventually? We can have a lot of fun before we are done. So just make fun, have fun. I mean, why do you look in the mirror if you look ugly? Observing yourself is a good way to heal yourself. If you are observing yourself, you can spot what is wrong with you, and so on. But I'm like not a perfectionist, so I don't think that we should like use all means to be perfect. It's stupid. Sometimes I'm almost crying when I'm seeing girls which are trying so hard to adjust to some like strange norms which people are creating around them, and it's like it's toxic. Why do you look in the mirror if you look ugly? Why do we laugh when someone farts? To be honest, I don't know. I never liked fart jokes. If a human and animal mate, what is the offspring would be? If a human and animal mate, what is the offspring would be? Oh, okay. Actually, I mean, I'm not, it's not a life advice, but every organism is based on DNA, and there are methods to mix these DNAs, even if we can't mate. Anyway, it's like, it reminds me these monkeys to which they put it like some genes which are responsible for creating some kind of brain cells, human brain cells. So they made this monkey smarter. So this is like mixing up two species. How to use satanic rituals on toxic man or woman? Who cares? How to use satanic rituals? I can assure you that you can use as many rituals as you wish and nothing will happen. Beside that, you'll be more insane. If you don't know how to think, why do you overthink? One thing, if you don't know how to think, why do you overthink? I don't think that there are people which don't know how to think. Everyone has some algorithms, and it's like, you've got brain, you can think in general. And like, I am very open about diversity, so, and like, I like this term neurodiversity. So there's simply many kinds of thinking which you can't like there is no hierarchy to this kinds of thinking in general. And they are like complementary. So one way of thinking is like helping to build a bigger picture, so a picture of the world with other type of thinking. Anyway, always be open to new kind of algorithms, let's say patterns and so on. Why do you hate when you see somebody you hate in public? I don't hate in general. Like I'm always trying to understand why people are behaving in particular way. I'm not hating anyone, but I've got a lot of compassion towards myself, so I like to avoid some kind of people. And it's not about hate. Dumb philosophical questions. These are the list of dumb questions that make you think deeply. Few are philosophically dumb, others are funny, stupid, but overall they take you to a journey of different mind shift. Have fun by reading. If electricity comes from electrons, thus morality comes from morons. Morality comes from morons? What the fuck? Okay, so let's avoid dumb there are dumb philosophical questions, there are stupid philosophical questions, as I can see, and there are deep philosophical questions. Deep philosophical questions about love. I've been here before, so let's philosophical questions for kids. Do the world needs a change, or is it good to be like this? Human world always need a change. Deep philosophical questions. I've been here. Blah 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 blah. Something new. Okay. Is life a coincidence? Yes, it is. The simple answer is yes. If you could design your life, how would you do it? If you could design your life, is life so in this context, I suppose that designing your own life, I mean, okay, I will interpret this question as a designing organisms, and as I would design the best organism possible, like to create a brain which of course have potentially unlimited memory, is working in a most efficient and fast way, so transmitting informations in a most like possible in a fastest way possible, but one thing more, probably it would be this brain would be like in a body which has as many senses as possible, and as many hands as possible, like an octopus a little bit. Anyway, something like that. is there a and like if it would be possible like to make it morphologically free, so like transhumanists coined this term, morphological freedom. So if it would be possible to change shapes and change like parts in general, so if you would be like robots which can exchange, or computer which can exchange parts, it would be probably quite convenient. Is there a plan for life? I don't understand this question. How do we embrace life's absurdity? How do we embrace life's absurdity? We are making fun of and we are laughing at stupidity and dramatic situations. So it's like good way of dealing with life, which is quite dramatic in general. Why life is so uncertain? Because life is random and unpredictable for us, because it's too complex. So we can't be certain about anything, and we've got plenty of intelligence agents around us. Agents, I mean people, not agents like some special agents, but simply people which have different goals than yours. So they can like influence your goals and so on. So this is putting a lot. This is like adding another layer of uncertainty, because like physical reality, let's say, is quite. You can easily deal with objects, but intelligent objects, let's say agents, especially in crowds and in large numbers, they are quite unpredictable for the individuals. So there's a lot of uncertainty. How to live a simple life in today's society? In order to live a simple life, you would have to be a monk in a isolated cave. But it's impossible. I mean, if you want, I mean, it's possible, but to be a caveman, but it's if you want to enjoy your life, using all these goods which we created already, your life will be complex in general. Is living life well all about finding balance? Of course. The main task in life is to not go insane. And you, at some point of your life, I think, if you have got many experiences, you will find like solution for yourself how to find balance in an uncertain world where nobody wants to fulfill your needs and like nobody cares about you in general. Is living life well all about finding balance? Yes, it's about balance, happiness, and living your dream in general. Why do you want to be successful and improve your life? I mean, it's not about wants to be successful. we want to be comfortable and we want to be free. So you need to like find a way for that. So you have to be like flexible enough to achieve your goal of like living comfortable and free life. So you have to like learn whatever it means. Like it can be many things. Like anyway, what does it mean to improve your life? I don't like this word improve. So because there's nothing to improve, and success, I mean, if you can be free and comfortable, that's enough. That will do it. That should be enough. Like I don't like this ethics of constant like polishing and trying to be the best of the best of the best. Just at some point, come on. Of course, like I am like transhumanist, and I think that people are imperfect by nature, and we need to improve, like I don't know, our immune system, our bodies, which are going to be weaker and weaker. But the problem is with our culture that this improvement is the cost of this improvement is always very high. So if you want to be faster, you have to build another car, and you have to burn a lot of fuel, petrol, and it's not good for us in general, and so on and so on. So if Elon Musk is building rockets, these rockets are very bad for our environment, and they cost astronomical amount of money, and it's making many people suffer. So this improvement should have some limits, probably. There are more important like issues, like health, like issues. What does it mean to live life the fullest? When you are doing what you want, what you love to do. That's the simplest answer. But taking for consideration everything what I said before in general, that you have to be always aware of costs of making yourself happy. So if you got this skill of letting go some of your dreams, that's very good skill in general. It's make you lighter and faster, and you can achieve many things just imagining this. Just imagination is amazing tool, because you can fulfill your dreams only in your head, and it's fine, and very often it's enough. That will do it. When will the regular world come back to life? A real life. When will the regular world come back to life? A real life. I don't understand this question, to be honest. Is this life just a massive holographic game? Maybe reality is discrete. Maybe it's digital. Who knows? Maybe we'll find out at some point that yes, it's all some kind of virtual action in general in some computer. Then we would be able maybe influence this this computer or this program, like in Matrix. Matrix is more complex. Anyway, but it's like pointless to think about it too much, because like physics in general is describing this, let's say, playboard in which we are having fun in general. So and physicists are making their best to like discover like the most fundamental forces, and like, so in a way it's like a game, because you are constantly like discovering structure of this game, let's say. For philosophical questions about consciousness. So the reason I was the most interested, like the reason why I started become interested in philosophy is mostly to answer these questions about consciousness. And of course it's one of the most difficult questions, but it's like, it's not philosophical question, it's science question simply. Why am I conscious? First question in this set. Anyway, if I am conscious, why am I so ignorant? What is consciousness? I like this point of view of Daniel Dennett in general, that consciousness is a kind of illusion, and I like this this point of, I like describing consciousness. There are two definitions. One of the best definitions which I've heard and read, is by Michio Kaku. That's like creating model of the world, like system. Consciousness is a system which is creating model of the world, which is like in this model of the world there is this system as well incorporated, like and this system can like plan its future states and plan in general. Let's say it's the most simple, but when it comes to brain and how brain is creating consciousness, I've got this opinion that it's like machine, like we've got machine brain which have discrete states, and these discrete states can create like everything what we are experiencing, but it can like simulate everything what we will experience, and this simulation is like a movie or like 3D hologram, or so we've got this machine which have discrete states which are changing in a very fast and efficient way, and we as a machine have like ability to watch this simulation of many kinds. Of course, this mechanism of watching this inner states is unknown. I mean, we don't know precisely how it's happening. So how this mind's eye is working, we don't know precisely. But if I would have to use any metaphor, I would like compare this mind's eye to some movie or 3D hologram. But of course we've got so-called qualia. We are feeling we've got other feelings, and the nature of them is like how it happens. It's not like fully described, let's say. So of course we can like describe what kind of cells are taking apart in this like process, and what kind of physical forces, but we don't understand how this machine precisely is working. So how this processing of information is like building this virtual representations in our consciousness, let's say, which we are aware of, and so on. So those are very difficult questions, and those are questions for neuroscientists in general. What is beyond our consciousness? Our consciousness is quite limited in general. But of course, we can't be conscious of what we are not conscious of. So, in a way, we are experiencing only what we can be conscious of. So, in a way, everything is in the consciousness, in our consciousness. But there are like forces which we are never experiencing, like electromagnetism. We have to have special like machines to detect them or whatever. There are frequencies of light which we are not conscious of, and so on. There are like stars and planets which we are not conscious of all the time, and so on. So like there is a whole universe of things which we are not aware of. Its consciousness and intelligence have to do something with God. I don't know what is God, so I don't know. That's it. How to focus on your consciousness during your life. How to focus on your consciousness. I mean, it's not something on which you should like focus too much, because of course it's like the most important and fundamental thing in your life. But I think we are discovering our consciousness and like what we are what we are able to do in general in life. We are aware of it more when we are experiencing more. So I would say that consciousness, which is having fun, is discovering itself like more efficiently, let's say. When should we trust others above our own consciousness? When should we trust others above our own consciousness? I would say never trust anyone more than yourself. Of course, you can say, okay, there are experts, there is like doctor which is saying you've got cancer and we should treat you in that way and that way. Sure, but go to 10 other doctors, ask about opinion, then you as a conscious agent, intelligent agent decide what to do, because like it's always to have as many possible like informations as possible, I would say, and you should be the like the main actor in your life, so you should decide about yourself. When should we trust others above our own consciousness? And like when it comes to mind, it's such a complex like machinery brain that we shouldn't like believe too much people about which are telling us a story about ourselves, because it's like if someone is telling you that you are such and such, you are starting behaving like an actor which is playing this role of like playing this role which someone like created for you, and you should create your own role, and you should do whatever you want. Is there any reality beyond consciousness? Is there any reality beyond consciousness? I've been here. What is beyond our consciousness? There was this previous question. Is there any reality beyond consciousness? Of course it is. There is. There is a physical reality outside our consciousness. And that. Am I becoming conscious without my involvement? I don't understand this question. Am I becoming conscious without my involvement? Being conscious, it's like a constructive thing. I don't know if you remember when you were kids and you were discovering like things one by one, and starting like composing some answers to your own questions, and like so it's like active process, like being conscious, it's becoming more conscious, I would say. It's like I would translate it, you are becoming aware of more and more things. So it's an active process to become more conscious, because you have to actively learn about outside world to become more conscious of this world in general. If ignorance is bliss, what consciousness purpose is? I don't think ignorance is bliss in general. I think opposite, that being not ignorant is a bliss, because consciousness is a bliss. Like knowing is very useful. It's make your life much easier. Okay. Wow, this was challenging, like consciousness. How to pack like all this in a few sentences. It's a challenge always. Oh, yo. Philosophical questions about truth. I will not go there today. Oh, this can be like not too heavy and interesting for this moment. Philosophical questions about technology.
sometimes it is necessary to look back and analyze how far we have come. We are living in a generation when technology is rapidly evolving and will even grow with much rapid pace. To make you think, here is the list of philosophical questions about technology. How can you describe the concept of modes of existence? What? Is there any place for use of old technology and old science in modern days? In modern today? I will first translate this question. First question, because it's intriguing for me. Concept of modes. How can you describe the concept of modes of existence? I don't get it. Is there any place for use of old technology and old science in modern today? There are people which are believing that Earth is flat. There are still this kind of people. And we can use it to learn science. And many like science people which are popularizing science, it's doing it. It's the same with so if we've got like philosophers which cracked the code and answered many questions correctly, which we know, we can now use this answer like to teach all these people which have like medieval ages like worldview. Is there any place for use of old technology? Technology is like, there is always a place for technology. Like, if something is like, let's say, okay, everything what was invented some time ago was for some purpose, for some practical purpose. And there are always people which don't have these tools, don't have so even now in 21st century there will be people which have points like worldview like 500 years ago. So there's always an use to any like teacher on every level, let's say, a tool on every level, and so on and so on, because we can like redistribute these goods, let's say. So you would say that, like, I don't know, old way of printing is unuseful now. Of course it can be useful. Making linocuts, even you can still use a machine's press to make linocuts and so on. Like, there's always some way of using old tools and old science. Like, it's good like to, when it comes to old science, for example, I think it's great to know what kind of mistakes old school scientists made and so on. Is technology going to be the reason for the apocalypse? Maybe. Maybe not. But I think that we are quite smart and we'll always find a way to escape like all problems which we created for ourselves as well. What is the first technological device in ancient times? Oh, they were like a wheel, let's say. There were many tools, like making weapons out of stones and so on. Is ancient technology more advanced than modern technology? Of course, no. Is technology being discovered or invented?
invented. If technological scientists invent flying cars, will all other transportations vanish? No, of course no. It's the same as, of course, if we will find a way to avoid exhaust and CO2, which we are producing in order to like drive cars and so on, it will be awesome, and probably then cars will become rusty and we'll forget about them. But we are still not there. Why no one is talking serious about artificial intelligence? I don't really know, because I truly believe that we are almost there, or we'll be like, or we are already there when it comes to artificial intelligence, but we are not connecting all possibilities in one like true AGI. So and like Moore's law is still at work, so everything is becoming faster and faster, and like even with our tools already we can like create like perfect imitation, not real true artificial intelligence, but imitation, let's say. So we can create some dialogue machines, let's say, which are like enriching our experience, let's say, and it's not yet artificial intelligence fully intelligent, let's say, but it's still something incredible, and like for us it can be almost, it's like creating like sculpture which represents people. For us, it's for our like subjective experience of this object is as we would like be in the presence of real person. So we know it's fake, we know how it's made, but still we can have pleasure of experiencing it. And the same with artificial intelligence. It doesn't have to be perfect imitation, and it doesn't have to be fully self-aware and conscious, but still it will be experienced as such. Does the modern invention of smartphones cripple the human brain? Cripple, I don't know definition precisely. No, it's not. Does the modern invention of smartphones cripple the human brain? Absolutely not. I think it's like another part of the brain, and that's it. We simply, it's like, if you don't have to remember something, you can make better use of this information. So you can, if you can, like, it's like if you can have more like objects in real life, I mean like more of something in general, more of some material of which you can made as a which you can use as a building material. If you've got more of that, you can build more and more complex shapes and so on. So it's like more concrete example, let's say, but there are more subtle things like so smartphones are not only for extending like our memory, but it's extending our intelligence by making more complex processes. So mixing some apps which you've got in the phone, you can make much smarter decision, let's say. Where does the philosophy of spirituality and the philosophy of science and technology intersect? Where does the philosophy and of spirituality, the philosophy of science and technology intersect? Yeah, we can say that it's always about human experience, everything, what we are doing. So there's always a question what is the most important in life. But there will be plenty of people which have many different opinions about that. So for one kind of people, art will be not worth anything. For other kind of people, science will be on the first place. For other people, like family will be on the first place, and so on. Like probably like different kind of brains will put like accents in a different places. So but we need all kind of brains and so on. Anyway, that was a lot. I had fun, like like an autistic philosopher, or artistic, or whatever. Today I experienced. Today I'm not reading. Today I was on exhibition in Pitzhanger Manor and Gallery on Ealing Broadway. And there was like small, let's say, artwork in virtuality, and it's like so awesome. I love virtuality, and this experience is it's so easy to forget that you are in virtuality, and it's like mind-blowing for me. So invest in virtuality is worth of it, I think. Just beautiful thing. It's like, of course, you can say that it's like new drugs, and technology in general is so bringing so much pleasure that we are forgetting about real life problems. But yeah, I love virtuality, and it's like unlimited potential, because you can build completely new world like that, and it's awesome. Okay, those are obvious truths of Luke Ratz as a part of Snapshot of the Mind. Thank you very much for your attention. Bye! Hey yo everyone. So yesterday I found out that I am positive when it comes to COVID-19. Yeah, I'm always putting dates on my tests. So I've got a lot of time now, and I feel normal. Nothing really happening with my body. I don't feel anything very special, and just I've got something in my throat probably, and my voice is like telling it. But beside that, I'm asymptomatic, so hopefully it will not be worse in a few days. So I'm isolating, as everyone should in that case, and so we'll see what will happen. But because of that, I can make another video. As you saw already, I posted like around 50 new drawings, like sketches, because like wherever I go, I will have my sketchbook with myself, and I'm constantly thinking about new compositions and like experimenting with form. Pure fun. Hopefully soon I will serve you some new more interesting like paintings maybe. Anyway, those are future. This is about future, and now because there is this series of mine, Snapshot of the Mind, I'll try to answer another philosophical questions, and like if you type philosophical questions in Google, you will find many websites. I already use Conversation Starters World, and there is a few others, other Developing Habits, Brightful Me, Allcation. Let's see, and probably I will answer some questions which I already answered, so and it doesn't matter because simply nobody cares. What harsh truths do you prefer to ignore? We shouldn't ignore any truth, however hard to accept this fact is. But truths are about people. People are vicious sometimes, people are malicious, people are jealous. Those are socially very difficult issues, and in others and in yourself as well. Like if you are finding some aggression within others or yourself, those are harsh truths to accept. In general, it's difficult to accept any truth about yourself probably, but there are these difficult to accept truths like that we are mortal or whatever. About our health, it's always difficult. So generalizing, that's imperfection, that our ideas are so far away from reality, it's always difficult to accept, because we like to think that whatever we think it's right. So every because it's difficult to change your point of view, so the most difficult thing to accept is that your model of the world is not exactly right, but maybe it has some evolutionary purpose. Like if something doesn't fit your point of view, it has to be, because we are so well adjusted to survival, let's say, If something doesn't fit our perception or our imagination, it's probably better to check 10 times if it's if you are really wrong, if you are strongly feeling that you are right. So yeah, that's my idea now. And yeah, simply anyway, and like, but we are very attached to our ideas, and it's social, so it's not only about survival in an outside world, but it's socially surviving. So if someone is telling truth about your untrue religion, you're not gonna accept it, because all your family and your members of your group will simply exclude you, and it will influence your probability of surviving. Second question: if you could become immortal on the condition you would never be able to die or kill yourself, would you choose immortality? Yes. And my simple answer is yes. Because lack of existence is like, it's boring. It's boring. Let's experience something. Is the glass half empty or half full? For me, glass is always half full. But the truth is that glass is simply the proportions of emptiness and full and the rest. Yeah. So being rational is a mathematical, physical approach, and it's nothing about our attitudes. So yeah, I am an optimist, so for me it's better to be happy with like what you've got, because usually you've got a lot if you are like you've got time for thinking, and you've got full stomach, and like whatever you think is basic, it's not necessarily basic for any other creature on this earth. So anyway, why do we forget things we don't want to forget? It's a mechanical process in your brain, so you don't have too much of an influence on that, and people are like behaving in an automatic way, so usually we are just distracted by some processes which are taking place in our heads. So that's what I would say. Can a human without hope live a full and happy life? This is a little bit absurd question. Can a human without hope? I mean, I know people which didn't have any hope, and it's usually not good to give up in any circumstances. So I don't know if happy life without hope. I mean, in a way, I don't have any hope, because it's like hope is like excluding from the vision of future bad situations, and I know that there will be a lot of bad situations in the future, because with age there are coming bad situations, and it's like, so I don't have hope that I will avoid them,
but I'm a very happy person, and maybe, yeah, I suppose I'm realist. So we can ask this question: is realist able to experience a true deep happiness? And I think that yes, I feel like that. So okay, 6. If a child becomes the parent, who then becomes the child? If a child becomes the parent, who then becomes the child? Child. This is a question that most people rarely stop to consider. What could the world be like if children were to suddenly have power over their parents? Is there a correlation between age and maturity? I mean, younger people are always smarter and faster, but at the same time they don't have experience, and experience is necessary to build like a proper model of the world, let's say, realistic model. So I am like pro cooperation in general. If we want a better world in the future, we have to like, if we would treat like brains as a computers, which I think they are computers, and we have to like use all of this brain power to envision and create better worlds in like, so being smart without experience is risky. I mean, you simply need information, and older people have more information. Anyway, how should we measure success? Success is a subjective subjective. I think that people should be more subjective in their own life, and success for me, it's like fulfilling your goals and having a satisfaction in your life, doing whatever you want, and when you feel that you are not nothing is stopping you, it's just like the amount of freedom in your life, it's a measure of success. So the more freedom, the more success there is. Like, this is my so if you are like celebrity and you are constantly working with a schedule and someone is telling you what to do, then you are not as successful. You can have $1 trillion, but you are not doing whatever you want. You are a slave, and you are not successful. Do those who love us really love us, or do they simply love what they think we are? Yes, I do think that we are delusional about other people, because it's impossible to fully understand them. Because in order to fully understand other people, you would have to become them. So people are, and I told about this few times before in videos which I posted here. Like, I don't believe in love. That's why I don't believe in love, in true love, like idealistic love. That we simply can't know other people very well.
I mean, we can know them very well, but we can't like really truly understand them. So we just imagine, we've got some imagination about their thinking, and we always falling in love. We've got idealized vision of other people, and even if those are our kids, we are putting something into them, like, yeah. So true love is giving complete freedom for other person, and then there is like no true attachment, let's say. So yeah. Anyway, I believe that people can cooperate like very successfully, like for a long time, and it's something which we are calling love, but it's not ideal love. Let's say it's a difficult task in general. Bullshit story. I don't know. Everyone has their own opinion, and their own experiences, and so on. When is the best time to say I love you? Why I'm doing it to myself? Why I'm asking myself these stupid questions? When is the best time to say I love you? When you are alive. That's it. If you are alive, that's the moment to say that. 10. If people are able to erase bad memories, would anyone choose to forget their entire life? History of your life is your identity, so I don't think that anyone would choose to like clean their identity to zero. In a way, meditation and Zen meditation and Vipassana meditation, those are techniques to like clear up or memes from your brain. And then you are like tabula rasa, clean sheet of paper. And in a way, it's very very useful, because your history is there's too much attachments to our history, and we've got identities to which we are attached, and it's like blocking us from action sometimes, because we are feeling that we are not such and such, and we just think that we can manage some situation which we can easily manage if we will just be focused and like. So if you identify yourself as only, I don't know, artist, or only philosopher, or only scientist, you are seeing everything through the prism of this identity, and you think that you should behave in a particular way, and you will not do, I don't know, as a philosopher you will not do art, as an artist you will not do like read philosophical books or whatever. It's enslavement of identity. So if people using memories, it's not a good idea in my opinion, because we should build like this model of the world, and in order to build a realistic model of the world, all kinds of memories are necessary for that purpose. So just of course there are traumatic memories of war or something like that, and those are like people which are paralyzed and they can do anything, so maybe in that particular situation it would be less suffering and but anyway, traumatic memories are learnings. They are like a teacher as well. So, and it's really everything what is going on in your life is shaping you, and it's we shouldn't complain too much. We just simply can learn from every kind of experience. What is your favorite philosophical truth? Impermanency. That everything is impermanent and has no essence. So it's like this point of view that we are, for example, like we've got this strong identity, like for example that you are a good person, and you like to think about yourself as a only good person, and if you are discovering in yourself like some aggression, you are thinking, oh, I am a failure, and I just something is wrong with me, and so on. But people are not only in a blissful state of mind. Those are brains which are doing their own job, and you can be extremely happy, you can be extremely down, you can be angry, and so on, and all of that states of minds are you're a human being. So if you have this very strict opinion about yourself, that you are only one kind of person, it's untrue. And it's the same like why I am so social when it comes to politics, because you are not always strong young man which can manage every situation and fight about everything. At some point you'll be like old grandfather, and you'll be not able to do everything you want to do, and you will need help. And if you are constantly playing this macho role, you will lose at some point. And like building society on the basis of total egoism and individualism is like utopia. Like individualism can be like explored in arts, and I am like pro doing that, but in other aspects of life we are codependent, and like, so yeah, so impermanence and lack of essence is the most one of the favorites like philosophical discoveries for me, because it's an intellectual tool which is helping you to deal with problems in general. 12. What do you believe but cannot prove? That there are other civilizations out there, so that there are some other planets with other beings on them, but we can't prove that. I mean, we can prove that if you will fly to them with some amazing engine, but I don't think about it too much, to be honest. But in general, I don't believe in anything without proof. What are some untruths you know about yourself? I'm sure that people are talking, and they are talking a lot, and when they knew me, and because I'm living in an isolation in general, and I am a loner, I'm sure that most of this stuff which they are saying is untrue. simply. But I don't know specifically what they are saying, so I don't care too much. If a memory from long ago is recalled with perfect clarity, is that memory less valuable than a memory recalled in detail from only yesterday? Yeah, I think that fresh memories are more we can trust more on these memories from yesterday. And that's it. That's the nature of the brain, that we are getting old, and these connections, synapses are not so stable. So and there are these studies which are saying that every time you are repeating some memory in your brain, you are rewriting like this connectome of this place of the brain where memories are stored, are like this connection are changing again, so in a new way. So it's better to, if you've got any experiences, just put it down on paper to or make a video about it, and then they are more correct. 14. If a memory from long ago, okay, it was this one. 15. What do we consider moral? It's surprisingly like easy when you are among people to say which person is like a bastard, but life is very complex, and situations in life are very complex, and situations are so I said it a few times that like judging situations from as many points of view as possible to see situation in a great detail. But like our morality is shaped by our environment and experience and our society, so we have to remember that that's whatever is normal for you doesn't have to be normal for other people. So, and we are learning machines, so 16. Would you rather be born smart or become smart? I mean, I am like, would you rather be born smart or become smart? I am always like, if I would be born with my knowledge, if I've got at this point, it would be so much time saving and energy saving. So information is very important for making smart decisions. So if I could choose to be born as I am now, or as I was born, I would choose to be born as I am now, and it would be better probably. So can people really change, or is everyone doomed to stay the same? So you can change, of course, you can change, because brains are flexible machines, and that's it. We are learning machines, and you can rewire your brain, and of course we are genetically determined to, there is genetically determined extent to which your brain can change, and there are other circumstances like diet, for example, which is determining like which is limiting your plasticity, let's say, which can limit your plasticity or extend your plasticity. So just that's it. But yeah, we are able to, it's like muscles in general. You can develop your muscles. What would you regret if you died tomorrow? 18. What would you regret if you died tomorrow? I'm like, because I'm making decisions, free decisions, I'm not regretting too many things. And that's it. How would you, I don't regret too many things. 19. How would you define your character? Freedom lover. Stubborn freedom lover. Never giving up ideas. Yeah. Freedom and truth lover. How would you define your character? That's it. What do you have trouble forgiving yourself for? When I'm behaving in a way which people can't interpret in a proper way, and I made some of this kind of things in the past that people just they interpreted it in a wrong way. So those, and I think that it can be usually like that with people and social life, that when other people don't see your intention clearly, it's difficult to forgive yourself that you didn't like put enough effort to let them see your intention clearly. That was 20th question. 21. Who is more important to the world, you or your neighbor? What does it mean important even? Like, because I am living in my imagination, I am not very important for this world. I think that my neighbor always will be more important for this world, because he's probably giving more for this world. I am just a parasite. Who is, of course, I'm joking. Art is not a parasitic type of living. How far will you go to experience something more for the first? How far will you go to experience something for the first time? I am not into traveling so much, so I can go like 20 kilometers. But let's be specific. 20 kilometers that will do it. What is your purpose in life? 23. To know more and to understand more and to be free as possible, and to build my own world. Do people exist simply to live, or do they live to exist? This is another good question about the meaning of life and the purpose of living. Do people exist simply to live, or do they live to exist? I don't get it. Like, existence in life is for me the same. Um, I don't see the difference. For me, it's like the same thing. So those are these kind of questions that I don't care about this kind of questions, because anyway people are behaving in an automatic way, and I am behaving in an automatic way, and most of the things which are going on in life, they are like predetermined in many ways. Like the way I'm thinking is predetermined probably in a major way, because I trying to have more and more control over my processes in my head, but there are limits to this control. And there are simply, and this, when it comes to I don't see any, like, do people exist simply to live, or do they live to exist? I don't get it. Anyway, it's not the best moment, I think, to think about it. Probably existence is like understand like something deeper, meaningful, thoughtful life, and live it's only from day to day. To live it's only from day to day experience. Okay, so let's for the purpose of answering this question, I would define existence as a deeper individual, fulfilling life, and but you can't like have one without the other. Like, you have to fulfill your basic needs to have deeper, meaningful, intellectual life, let's say. Oh, okay, 25. Do you only achieve what you set your mind to? No, there's a lot of randomness in life, and we are achieving something by accident sometimes. It's very empowering when someone can tell you how they have achieved their own success, and if you really want something, you have to set your mind to it. That's true, that you have to be focused on your goal and doing whatever it needs to be done. So if you are doing something like 30 years, for example, there is always something which will came out of this activity. 26. What do you think will be more valuable in the future, relationships or money? For now, I see tendency that monies are on the first place, unfortunately, because everything is adjusted to produce and to suck from people their activity. So internet is for sucking informations about people, which they are giving out for free, but also its activity about money, like activity of corporations and governments. And it's like, if someone wants to control you, it's usually about money, because if you've got more money, you've got more freedom in this system. So this is system which is not pro-social in general, so relationships, and it's like it's a pattern when it comes to relationships. I'm trying to find my other half like a few years now, and because it's internet, it's impossible almost, because my life is mostly virtual. But I'm not complaining at the same time. But it's a little bit absurd. 27. What is the most worthwhile conversation you've had recently? Oh, there's 29 questions. I thought it will be 27. Okay, what is the most worthwhile conversation you've had recently? I don't remember any. I think about war, probably. About war in Ukraine, which is a fucking nightmare. It shouldn't happen. Like, I'm a pacifist. And it's simply like stupid. So 28. What are some things that are better left unsaid? When you think something about other people, just don't say it, because usually you are wrong, and later these people have to live with that, and it can change their life in a not very good way. So don't judge other people. So 29, and it can destroy like their life. So if you say about someone that he's crazy, irrational, for example, and people will believe you, and this person will believe you, everything will be worse. This is the example. 29. If people never fell in love, would they ever truly be happy? Love is not a necessary condition to have truly happy life. I know it from my own experience. So love is like something extra to be alive in general, and it's a luxury, let's say. Yeah, and like every luxury, it's impermanent as well. Especially luxuries are impermanent. So yeah, okay. 29 questions. Second day of testing positive for COVID-19. I feel quite good, and I'm not complaining. I think that 3 jabs of vaccines are working for me, and possibly I was sick before, but never tested positive before. And if I have been sick before, I've got some resistance probably at this point. So I feel quite strong, still strong. We'll see what next days will bring. Have a nice evening, people. Hi everyone. Another live stream to prove that I am a positive person. And this is the proof that I am still positive. So this is my third test since I tested positive
for the first time. This is third one, and third one is have like stronger positive result than second one. I hope that the amount of this virus is falling down, but unfortunately, nope, it's not the case. So I found conversationstarters.com again. I've used that website before, but it's conversationstarters.com, not conversation starters words. Anyway, so this is different website. I'll post link to these questions just below this live stream. I just done it. You can ask any questions. So I've got some time because of course I'm isolating because of Corona. I feel quite well, but like generally energy level is lower. It's like a regular flu, but I've got no symptoms almost at all, just a little bit of coughing and running nose, anything special for me. But be very careful because it's extremely contagious, so it's easy to get it. Of course, since I'm in London, it's first time when I've got Corona, as far as I know. I never tested positive before, and like I lived 2.5 years more than 2.5 years since COVID pandemic began, and I didn't had it yet. So I thought that I'm quite safe because this is like these numbers of new cases are falling down now. In UK in general, but still, yeah. The risk is quite high. So just random question. I don't know. Maybe I'll make something different than usually. Maybe I will comment some news or whatever. What is something you've never done but would you like to try to do? It's first question. In this set of questions, my life experience is quite limited because I'm leading very boring life, so there's plenty of this kind of activities, maybe some sports, which I'm not like, I haven't tried to this day, maybe in the future. What is, second question, what is something you've tried but would never do again? I don't know. Probably I'm not learning very fast from my mistakes, so I would do many things once again, even if I had bad experiences at the first time, because simply you never know how second time will look like. It's like I had a few girlfriends and my relationships ended very badly for me, and I still want to try again. Third, Are you a hoarder or a saver? I would love to be more of a saver. Yeah, but I don't have, like, you have to have something to save, and usually I don't have anything to save, so I am a middle class fellow which is living from day to day, so and it's experience of many at this point, so yeah, we can say we are poor and we are like conditioned to work all our lives, and like and even there's plenty of people which are proud of it, and it's sick. It's like this system like have some rules, and like one rule of this system is to rise another generation of people which just want to work whole day life non-stop, and they are proud of it. And when I say work, I mean to be a slave, simply to make something because someone is asking for it. And I would never, I would even not call a work when you are helping someone, because it can be natural reaction for you to want to help someone, and it's fine and it's normal. But working, I mean doing something what you never would like to do because you have to, so it's slavery. And now huge population of people is enslaved simply, and we are not even addressing this problem straight away. We are not calling it enslavement. There's plenty of people which argue that that's the nature of living in a society. I'm not sure if it should be like that. 5. What is your best skill, talent? I think that's it's not me. That's it. It shouldn't be me. I shouldn't judge myself, because it's not easy task. What do you like least about living in your city town? The most annoying in London at this moment, I mean, is that sometimes you can't avoid loud people, let's say. So you can separate yourself from some sounds. So it's your sleeping can be disturbed, and it's simply you can't isolate yourself sometimes, so it's a problem. But I'm quite lucky when it comes to where I'm living at this point, at this moment. What do you like most about living in your city town? I mean, London is so huge and so diverse and so interesting, and there is so many things which I haven't seen yet, even that, I mean, I love culture here, I love architecture here, I love greenery here, so simply London is a beautiful city. So I like this diversity which this city is bringing to your life. randomness, it's simply interesting. 8. Do you usually break the rules or follow them? When it comes to it depends what kind of rules we are talking about. When it comes to ethical rules, usually I'm not breaking these rules. But when it comes to rules, for example, of making art, I'm trying to break as many rules as possible. 8. Do you usually break the rules or follow? Okay, it was this one. 9. Are you a leader or a follower? I am a loner, so, and I don't like when someone is telling me what to think or what to do, so I'm not a leader and I'm not a follower, I would say. So I'm a loner, I'm an independent persona. 10. Do you wake up by yourself to an alarm music or have someone else wake you up? My smartphone is my partner, so my smartphone is waking me up. 11. Are you more of a spontaneous or structured person? I am more of a structured person in general, because I'm anxious person in general, so spontaneity is not my thing. I don't like when someone is disturbing my schedule and my structured days. I like to know in advance what will happen and so on. Of course, it's like there's some incoherence because I like randomness of London, of course, but I can just decide when I will experience this randomness, so I still have some amount of control. 12. How would your friends and family describe you? Ask my family and friends, but they are not necessarily understand me. So 13. How have your goals changed as you've gotten older? I expect less from life, and I discovered with time that what I've got already, it's a lot, so, and it's not necessarily worse than what I wanted to, so but some with age, the most the worst thing which is changing is your health, and something which have been like a basic, and you treated it like something which you've got, and you are thinking that you will have this health and energy level all your life. Suddenly you realize that you have to work to be healthy in general and be quite strict about it to keep it. So this is so like this homeostasis of your body to be kept, it has to be like nourished. So goals are changing because of that as well. So something basic demands more attention sometimes. 14. Describe your dream house to me.
a lot of space to make art, and isolation. So I need to be properly isolated from destructive environment. Those are the main features. What's the best thing to do on a hot summer day? To go for a walk around some nice, interesting city. 16. What's the best thing to do on a cold winter day? Just to work in your cozy studio, or read some amazing book. What is your favorite smell? Yeah, I answered this question some time ago, and yeah, I mean, girl on a party. Before I answered about some forest smell. What is your favorite smell? Do you prefer to receive money or an actual gift? Of course, money. So if you've got more money than you need, just donate. I'm usually on my website. You will find my PayPal or Patreon. I always need more money because I am a poor guy. 19. What is your favorite day of the year? What day of the year? There is no such day for me. I've got no favorite days. 20. Are you messy or organized? Because I'm messy, I need to be very organized. 21. Are you a heavy or a light sleeper? I am a heavy sleeper. 22. Do you smile for pictures? I'm trying to smile to pictures. 23. Do you wear slippers at home? Yes, I do. 24. Do you remember the last dream you had? Actually, yes. It was 2 days ago, and I had a dream that Days and Days band members, 2 of them, Jesse and Whitney Flynn, visited my home at my small town, hometown Błonia, and it was sunny day, and they were like walking later with me around my blocks there, like apartments there. So it was very surreal. It's because recently I've been on their concerts in New Cross Inn venue. Anyway, 25. How have you changed since you were a kid? I think I changed dramatically. Really. I was very anxious kid, shy, quiet, and I was afraid of everything.
so my like level of confidence were very low. 26. Do you unite your sneakers before taking them off? Untie your sneakers before taking them off. Yes, I do. Internet technology phone category 27. What are 3 websites that you visit daily? That's very personal, but it's like obvious, like Meta, Facebook, Instagram, and there is this website Science Daily. 28. What are 3 smartphone apps that you can't live without? I just said I'm not using too many apps in general. 29. How do you keep up to date with the news? I discovered at some point in my life that news are making me more anxious and nervous, so to protect my mental health, I just cut it off a huge number of just news in general, because there's not too many news relevant to my life. I mean, all news are relevant somehow, but this is not the end of the world to not know what is going on. And if you've got no influence on what is going on the world, just there's no sense for me to know everything. And I raised in a home where my parents were watching news every day. And like politics was always present in my my home, and when politics become like surreal and crazy and completely irrational from my point of view, I just stopped watching it. Like, it's so crazy that what was the last picture you took on your phone? Of my coronavirus tests. No. 31. How often do you use your phone? It's like, I said it a few times, like, phone is like a part of my body, of my brain, so you can't live without body parts. 32. What technology or business do you think will be obsolete within the next 10 years? A lot of customer service can be exchanged to robots. Simple jobs, simply. And something can come like unexpected, like maybe phones will become in some like hidden in some islands, so there will be no interface of the kind we this kind which we know. So that's probably there will be some revolution of, maybe there will be some revolution of this kind that what is like our augmented glasses, augmented reality glasses will become very popular. I mean, it's not easy with this kind of technologies. It's like we expected self cars which will self-navigate, but it's still not here, and it's more complex than we thought. So, but yeah, and obsolete technologies and businesses. So customer service, probably physical jobs. Automation is uninvented. I mean, automation will progress very fast and unexpectedly in many cases, so there will be less and less simple jobs, simply, and that's what I said. But of course, like there will be plenty of new businesses which we don't expect. And those will be like services around new robots and machines and computers for sure. But it's like optimistic scenario. There's many chaotic events which we can't predict. Like nobody could, like, I mean, someone knew that there will be war in Europe, but yeah, those are things which, there is plenty of things which can change suddenly. Routine habits category 33. What is your morning routine like? Just checking email, news, and just eating, and washing myself, and that's it. Shower. What is your evening routine? Why are you asking? 34. I will not answer this question. What is the first thing that you think of in the morning? I'm just thinking about my upcoming day. 36. What is the last thing that you think of before you go to sleep? Future. Let's describe it in one word. Future. Hypothetical category. 37. If you knew you could fail, you couldn't fail, what would you do? Go to Mars. Or so fly to, let's fly to some exoplanet. Let's make a mission to exoplanet. If there is no failure, let's go there. If you could go back in time and change one thing, what would that be? 38. There is always something which you can do for your health, for example. 39. If you could invent a holiday, what would it be? holiday, day of creativity. Is there any day of this kind of creativity day? There is some. Second April, Get Creative Day. We celebrate the country. Abundant creativity with nationwide day of free access to creative events across the country. That's quite amazing. Okay. Day of some support of some kind, like for people who suffer some diseases. Anyway, 40. If there was an extra hour every day, what would you do with it? I would draw more, make more art. If you had to give up one of your 5 senses, which one would it be and why? I would probably go with smell. 42. What would you do if you won the lottery? Okay, those are boring questions which I answered already some time ago. 43. If you become president, what is the first thing you will do? If I would become a president, which I would delegalize to be a president. I think that hierarchies are the worst invention of humanity, in general, of contemporary humanity. I would, if I could decide, there would be no option that one person is deciding about everything. It's simply complete insanity. When you've got too much power over the people, you are simply unpredictable, and it's dangerous, simply. So this system is very unstable. This kind of systems are very unstable because normal social person is not aspiring even to be a leader of this kind. So if I could, like, if I would have power to change something in general in this kind of system, I would like put some create some fuses, like safety rules that would not allow to like abuse people in general. So Big Brother of governments, it's the one of the main idea that they should be observed, and there should be like very strict rules that if you are lying, for example, openly lying, you are excluded. So automatically, just anyway. So Big Brother and some safety procedures. But if I could like decide, I would take power from governments. power should be like equally redistributed around the world. Like, anyway, what would you do if you okay, 44, what would you do if you couldn't use the internet or watch TV for a month? I would make more art and read more books. That's simple. 45, if you could try out any job for 1 week, what job would you choose to try? Interviewer. And I mean, journalist, simply. I'm forgetting words. Journalist. 46. If you were the opposite gender for 1 day, what would you do? For 1 day, I would make a naughty film, and I would keep it for myself. And I don't know, just I would be very weak as a woman for 1 day. I don't know. Just I would make some feminist action somewhere. 47. If you could eliminate one thing that you did every day, what would it be? Eliminate. Working. If I could eliminate work from my life, it would be awesome, and I would kept like the same amount of comfortable life. I'm the same kind of comfortable life I could kept. 48. If you could spend 1 hour with any living person, who would it be, and what would you choose to do? There's plenty of special people. Like, I will not go there. I will not choose any at this point. Did you have any past? Did you have any nicknames growing up? Usually people called me Ratz, simply. And I like when people are calling me Ratz, Mr. Ratz or Ratz, and that's it. I probably had some people were calling me names behind my back, but I don't care. 50. What is the worst injury you've had? When I was a kid, I had broken finger, and that was very painful. That's it. 51. What jobs have you worked at? Many jobs. I worked in advertisement agencies. I worked as a freelancer, as a graphic designer. I made some commissions as an artist. I worked here in London as a barista, laborer, waiter. Now I'm working in the framing company. Many different experiences. For myself, I'm making movies and interviews. Sometimes many functions. Recent. What is the latest you stayed? I worked as a drawing teacher, facilitator. I would prefer this second option, facilitator. I was organizing drawing sessions. Yep. Recent. 52. What is the latest you stayed up until this past week? I am very often going to sleep at 2 a.m. 53. What is the earliest you woke up this past week? 7 or 8? 8 probably. I don't like to get up too early. 54. What are your favorite and least favorite parts of your week? Favorites are weekends, of course. But I like my life in general, so what did you learn this past week? Some words in English. What did I learn? I've learned some things, very interesting things about gluten intolerance, for example. Yesterday I watched a very interesting interview with one doctor, which said that it's very interesting that if your immune system is creating antibody for gluten, this antibody can attack one protein from your brain, from cerebellum, from your brain, and if you've got leaky brain blood barrier, you can have autoimmune reaction that your immune system will attack your cerebellum. Very, very interesting thing. And so you think that diet is something not very important, but these reactions can be very bad for organism. So I've got gluten intolerance, I've got milk intolerance, so those are like autoimmune reactions which can be like quite dangerous. So you have to be very careful with avoiding gluten, because body can produce some antibodies, and these antibodies can create some other problems. That's very interesting, and there's no way to cure that. So I've got overreacting immune system in general. That's why I've got psoriasis, for example, and I am like self-diagnosed with all of that. So, but if I am keeping a proper diet, I'm like functioning very well, I think. So that's very interesting thing. Future. 56. What do you think your life will look like in 10 years? It's very difficult to predict. So my life changed very dramatically in the last few years, in a way which I would never expect. So I'll not even try. I mean, I know what are my goals, but because of nature of reality and of predictability in general, so nothing is predictable. You never know. It's like with this test of coronavirus. So First test was like positive, not very strong. Second test was weaker positive, and last test of coronavirus was positive, stronger than the last one. So there was like, there's no logic like into it. You would think, like, of course, like, you can't predict how your body will react, but so there is no such thing as predictability. There is something like probability, but what do you think? So in 10 years plenty of things can change. What would you like to do when you retire? Just to lead a quiet life in my studio. What age do you want to live to? I want to live unlimited amount of years without suffering. And this is what I wish for everyone. Preferences. 59. After a long day, do you prefer to hang out with friends or spend time alone? I am a loner, as everyone knows already, so I prefer my own world. 60. What is your favorite brand? I don't have favorite brand. 61. What do you like to do to celebrate your birthday? I'm not celebrating, like, I'm not making parties. I'm usually spending these days with myself, and it's the best for me. 62. What is your favorite thing to do on a rainy day? I am boring person, you know what I would do. 63. What do you like to spend your money on? I would love to buy like whole national library. I don't know, just I like spending money on books, on informations in general, but clothes as well, and tools to work as an artist. 64. Do you prefer to relax in your free time or do something active? I am like quite active person. Even if I would usually answer that I prefer to spend time at home. I am like quite active because like London is offering many attractions. So 65. Do you shower in the morning or at night? Why? Morning. I want to be fresh as possible in the morning. 66. What is your favorite party board game? I like words, so I like Scrabble. I like how do you say it? Checkers. I like checkers because of simplicity. Yeah. 67. Do you prefer to wear fashionable clothes or comfortable clothes? I prefer, I'm not wearing fashionable clothes, so I am like, I've got OCD when it comes to clothes. I'm always wearing black, and when I've got only socks which got some colors, but I'm treating like choosing clothes is like for me a part of the art. So these aesthetical choices, I think, are describing my personality. So I am very, like, I would not go out if I would not have clothes on my body which I like. Food. 68. What's your favorite comfort food? Rice, and vegetables. Probably. Do you prefer to eat at home or eat out? I prefer to eat at home because I've got some allergies and problems. Yeah, so I can control what is in my food, what I'm eating precisely. So 70. What food do you like to snack on? Rice, crackers. Some seeds as well, but I've learned recently that seeds are not necessarily the best, because it's not like anti-inflammatory. So nuts, seeds. What is your favorite dessert? I don't have any desserts, just fruits. 72. Do you prefer sweet or salty snacks? I avoid sugar and salt, so okay. 72. Let's leave it like that. I'll answer the rest some other day. Unexpected. Unexpected. I'm finishing right now. Unexpectedly. Peace, love, and happiness for all of you around the world. Bye bye.
Hi everyone. Another snapshot of the mind. There was this website on which I found some questions last time. Where is it? I just 10 minutes. I just went somewhere else. Anyway, how are you guys? I just posted another drawing, freshly made, last 3 or 4 days. I spent evenings doing that drawing. So I am five days after COVID, and I'm feeling very well. Thank you for asking. All the time I was asymptomatic, just a little bit of running nose, and that's it. So it was very like regular cold, very light cold. If I would not test myself, I would not like notice even probably. But because I knew that I was on the concert where someone had COVID, I just tested myself. So test yourself sometimes to know what is going on, because you cannot notice even that you are sick. So I'm very well already, and I just worked 3 days before weekend, and I'm working tomorrow. So I'm back to normal. So there's this that website conversationstarters.com. There's 100 questions. I finished last time on 70 seconds. Do you prefer sweet or salty snacks? Who cares? Of course. So 73. If someone you were trying to impress was coming over to your home for dinner, what would you make for them? I'm not cooking, so I would just probably prepare something what I'm eating on everyday basis. It would be not very surprising, probably. I mean, I'm not into making impressions of any kind. I'm just trying to be as natural as possible. So, and I'm calling it psychological naturalism. Of course, you can want to impress someone, but I don't like theater in general, so I don't care too much about making this kind of special events. I would take someone to the restaurant, probably, rather. 74. What was your worst restaurant experience? I don't remember any of this kind, but I had a few bad experiences. Recently I went to the restaurant, like it was kebab. I asked about salad without onion, and I get salad with onion, and those are the worst moments, because later you are trying to, you can't eat fast, you have to be very careful. Anyway, do you prefer 75, what's your favorite non-alcoholic drink? Tea, of course. 76, how important is the decor of a restaurant to you? Not extremely important. The most, probably more important, is location of the restaurant, but I saw extremely strange places here in London. So there are these cafeterias which are whole pink, for example. Everything is in pink and with flowers, and this looks funny for me. So probably I would not sit there. I mean, maybe as a performance and making fun out of yourself, let's say. Okay, so it's everything can be like used in some way. So I care more about location of restaurants in general. I like to sit outside and enjoy the weather and this kind of stuff. Entertainment. 77. What type of movies do you like to watch? I like science fiction movies. I like comedies. But I like also like deep psychological movies. I don't feel action movies, criminals too much. Yeah. 78. Would you rather watch or play sports? I would rather watch. I'm not so active. I'm just I can go for a walk or even to a gym, but playing sports, like, I don't care about like this group activities. 79. I never liked football, soccer, or whatever. I liked, although I liked baseball. We played baseball as a kids. I really enjoyed that. But it was very, 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 very long time ago. What do you use to listen to music? I'm using YouTube. It was 79 questions. Travel. 80. Do you prefer to travel or stay close to home? As I said, in order to seek pleasures and experience something new, I'm willing to travel 20 miles, 20 kilometers, and that's it. I don't like to travel too much. I've got this kind of activities which are making me happy, which are like, anyway, I'm just now planning some travel, so it happens sometimes. 81. When going on a vacation, would you prefer to join a tour or plan out everything by yourself? I don't like stress which planning brings in general, but I'm usually like I'm trying to making everything myself, and I like to have control over what is going on, what kind of hotel places and so on. 82. What's your favorite thing about going on vacation? Just that I don't have to work, and that's it. That's the most important part. 83. What's your least favorite thing about going on vacation? Least favorite thing? That you have to very often you are traveling with someone, and you have to take for consideration everything what they need. So they've got different needs, and you have to be a diplomatic then. It's not always easy. 84. Have you ever gone on vacation by yourself? Yes. 85. What do you like to do when you go to the beach? I'm just watching people and nature, and I'm drawing sometimes and thinking about my inner experiences. Relationships. 86. Do you prefer to have many friends or just a few close ones? I don't prefer even to have close ones. I've got a few friends, and that's it. I'm not meeting too many people, so I am an open person in general, but I'm not sticking to people, let's say, for a long time. And it's because I am so introverted, and I prefer to be alone, and I don't like to waste my time in general, so usually I think people don't find me very attractive, socially attractive person, as a socially attractive person, and I am not like trying to be charming and trying to please someone, so I'm just like, I'm autistic, introvertic, or whatever. 87. Do you have a big family? Quite big family. Yes. 88. What is the first thing that you notice about someone of the opposite gender? Faces. I love faces. But like, face is one thing, but how they are close. So those are two things in which I am interested in. 89. What do you look for in a girl? Oh, that's a very long answer. There would be very long answer. I like simply friendly people and easygoing people, and that's it. 90. What qualities do you value most in a friend? I answered some questions of this kind before, so if someone is listening to you and with understanding, comprehension, that's cool, but it's rare. So it's very simple, but rare. And like, it's mostly about being focused. So people are usually like distracted and they don't care. They live in their own head and they are just like not present. It's very strange, because you would suppose that people are like here and now, but they are not. And they are judging you even if you not say anything. They already know who you are, what do you need, and so on. So people are very judgmental. So if they are open and like willing to communicate, like with pure intention of communicate and understand, that's cool. What is the first thing that you notice when meeting someone new? I'm just always I'm paying attention to details. What is this person wearing? What kind of clothes? Because it's saying about you a lot. And like, I just came back from restaurant and I just watched a few people, so I saw some group of younger people which were talking with each other, and this is like specific thing about some person, that person is willing to be with a few friends at once in restaurants, and like, it's not very common behavior for me, so as an introvert, so I suppose that these people were quite extroverted in general, but those were younger people and they were probably like students or whatever. So, and if you are in your 20s, you are in general more open and outgoing, and you are partying and so on. So yeah, so but yeah, I'm noticing how people, what they are wearing, what kind of like clothes, and like, there was another guy which had like 2 books with himself, and he was reading. He was by himself, and I noticed that those were probably some history books, so I suppose it was like some student or university guy, and like you can say a lot about people just looking at them. So I'm usually like, but I'm trying to not judge them like too harshly. Let's say 92. What do you think the best invention is? I mean, there's so many inventions of humankind in general, but I think computers are the most important when it comes to 20th century. But there's a lot of electricity grids in general. Those are very important inventions. Rockets. What is your favorite place to be? I like there's I mean I love being at home making my stuff, which interests me, but I feel comfortable in many places in general. I can travel, I can be somewhere in a totally new place and I will be okay. I just notice at some point that everywhere where I can draw something, I feel like at home, and it's in a way true about me. Like if I can think without any obstacles, I feel comfortable in general. Maybe in the places where I see that people potentially suffer, like you are going to some more poor part of London and you are thinking how people are living there, and like, yeah, it's not necessarily the best feeling when you are like you need to imagine that. Yeah, so these places where I see that people are living in not the best possible life, I think that those are the worst places. But you never know what people are like. Maybe they love their life in shitty places. And 94, tell me your best advice. Wow. Yeah, I told it a few times here, but you need to care about yourself. Like, protect yourself, protect your ideas, protect just behave like you would be a treasure, which has amazing value, and like don't give it like everyone for nothing. And avoid aggressive people and dodgy people. 95. Have you ever been to conversationstarters.com? That's not funny. 96. If you could learn any skill, what would it be? Who cares? I would like programming, for example. Programming would be very useful. I think it's too late a little bit for me with this kind of activities. I am horrible when it comes to let's say, I think I would be horrible, but it would be useful. If you could learn any skill, what would 97? What is the meaning of your name? Look. Just there is no meaning to names. Fuck meanings of names. This is very misleading. 98. Do you believe in luck, or do you believe that people make their own luck? I believe in luck. I believe in circumstances. I believe that you need to be in proper circumstances to gain something. You can try all your life to gain something, but if you've got no proper people around you and there's no proper situations, no money, you will gain nothing. So in general it's about luck, and it's like about luck, what kind of personality you've got. So you have to be lucky to have, for example, outgoing personality. What is your favorite conversation starter? There is no favorite conversation starter for me. I am just asking people what's up, and believing in good vibes in general. If money was not an issue, what would you do with your life? First of all, I would stop working in jobs which don't necessarily serve my needs. I mean, I've got quite good job now in general, but if I could work as an artist only all the time, then I would do that. But maybe traveling a little bit. I would read more. Any questions? There's no audience, so let's find. So it was last question. Conversationstarters.com. 100 questions. Interesting website. Let's maybe find some. How many minutes already I'm working? I'm having fun here. Where is that? Conversation starter. thegoodtrade.com. There is a part of the site which is named 99 mindful conversation topics for deeper connection, and there is something like 99 questions. Surprisingly. So I'll be picking up some random questions. There are some interesting one, unusual, let's say, more creative than conversation starters which I've used before. What is a language you love to listen to, even if you don't speak or understand it? So I like English in general, and sometimes I don't understand everything because I'm still struggling to understand everything, but I understand most of what I'm hearing. But I like Spanish, for example. I would love to know Spanish. Let's see. I like sound of Russian language as well. I've learned some Russian, but it's like very similar to Polish, so quite similar. It's the same group of languages, so Spanish and English, it's interesting, but maybe some Netherlands, maybe some Scandinavian languages. I like Japan as well. Japanese language seems interesting in general. Japan in general is interesting, and Japanese seems to be quite simple when it comes to sounds. So maybe I should learn Japanese. Question number 4. Describe the most captivating painting or artwork you've ever seen. There is a few of this kind of paintings. There was this French painter Gary Colt, and there was this painting Medusas, like what was the name of the Raft of the Medusa. It's one of my favorite paintings in general. Because there's plenty of like people on the raft, and it's very dramatic, and it's painted in a very good, amazing manner. Generally, Gary Cole, Theodore Gary Cole was amazing, and it's a huge painting. I think I saw it at least once alive. And I just think this painting is amazing. I'm just watching it and like trying to remind myself. There are paintings of this Baroque painters like Jordans, and I love Velasquez in general. Velasquez so there's this Las Mañanas. This painting made a huge impression on me when I saw it for once at Prado. It's unbelievable how skillful painter he was. Like, yeah. Anyway, everyone know that paintings. But I am into form, pure form. I just don't care too much about stories behind these paintings. Like, what is exactly there? What is the story behind that? So I'm not into meaning so much. For me, like, pure form is meaning by itself. Simply, it's about originality. Is it original? Is it interesting? Is it like representing some interesting, spatial relations? So it's about representations for me, abstract representations. So it's mainly purely formal for me. That's the one layer, but of course there are stories, and it's another layer. And when it comes to Guerrico, for example, there's I like this painting because it represents like a humanity in some way for me. When you've got this Ratz, it's like representing like humanity which is lost a little bit. So those are three artists: Velasquez, Guerrico, Dance. There's plenty of artists which inspires me. Picasso, of course, as well. Bacon, Francis Bacon. Anyway, let's go with another question. What we can. Do you remember the first novel you ever read? If so, what was it? It was Tom Sawyer. So my father made a smart move that he gave me some books, because I wasn't like into books in general. But at some point as a kid I was so bored in some holidays. I didn't have any options, nothing to do, so I started reading. And Mark Twain in general, it was discovery for me, because suddenly another world opened in my head, and imagination starts working for me. So I escaped from boredom with books, and it was like a discovery for me. I never read a lot, because I was always a slow reader as a kid, but I loved the option of escaping from boring reality, and that's why I'm making art, to escape from quite monotonous everyday experience. Anyway, so what is your favorite thing about your personality? I am not into this kind of questions. Patience, let's say. 7. If you could have a fictional superhero for a best friend, who would it be? I don't know, just fuck superheroes. 8. What color would you choose to describe yourself?
It's easy. I am green. I am totally green. Or blue. What is something you have accomplished as an adult that your younger self would be proud of? Yeah, language, English. I would never expect that I will be able to express so many things in foreign language. When it comes to arts as well, I've got some flexibility, which is like quite impressive for me sometimes. And that's I am living for a few years in a different country. It's surprising for me as well. Then, is there a place in the world that you feel most represents who you are? I felt like that in America. I mean, this space and weather and like space. I mean, everything is big. Everything is like manic. Like this country is manic for me. I won't describe it in that way. So I felt there very well. It's like feeling of adventure there. I don't know, and it's very nice there. So, but I haven't seen. I felt the same like in Barcelona. I love Barcelona. It's amazing. Very eclectic, many different styles of architecture, and I love Barcelona. Barcelona, America. So Spain, America. Those are my countries, I would say. If your pet could talk, what would their voice sound like? I don't have a pet, so I don't care. What does your name mean? Nobody cares. 14. What tasks make you feel like your best self? When I can decide about everything, so creative activities are like, so when I've got some problem and I have to solve it by myself, and that's it. I can create whole different reality in my head. So this is it. So writing, drawing, but it's like about some analytical, let's say, activities as well. That I've got some problem. Like I like problems of this kind. Like what is consciousness? How it happens. But I love neuroscience, so I can stay with that problem to the end of my life, and it will be fun for me. But when someone like ask me to memorize something, I don't care about memorizing stuff in general. I like to have a rough idea how things works. So like to have a basic model of things, basic understanding, which is like the most essential for understanding something, some problem. What is your Enneagram number? I don't remember. There's a link. I don't know if it was.
I was what I was like. Oh, that's funny. Like I made it some time ago, but I don't remember. Maybe it's a good thing to make it another time. Anyway, so I don't know what is my Enneagram number. 16. Where do you feel most centered and happy? Where? I don't know. At studio. What is your favorite comfort food? Nobody cares. 18. What do you wear when you are feeling your very best, and why? Jeans, shirt, and how do you say it? And jackets. That's it. What's your favorite comfort food? It's okay. Okay. There's no more questions which are interesting for me. Yo, there's no viewers of this video as usually, but I don't care. So I had moments of fun. I documented part of my life. I documented like how my post-COVID brain is functioning. I don't feel, to be honest, any major difference, but maybe there is some. Anyway, feeling quite well in general. So take care, have a nice day. Hi everyone, snapshot of the mind after long break. I've got no plan for this one, so it will be completely random. I can just tell you what is going on in my life. As usually, I'm working on everyday basis and it's taking too much time for me in general, so I can't make art as often as I would love to. So I'm making everyday life, normal life. That's my experience now. So don't expect me to post painting every day, because I can paint not so often. I can paint very often. I can tell you what I'm reading. Maybe I'll just make this this snapshot of the mind about books sometimes. I just read Ready Player One, and it's of course very famous position now. Just 1 second. Oh, just my mouse stopped working. Why? Why at this moment? Anyway, Ready Player One. It's like a book for a 10-year-old boy, I would say. And vision of future, I don't think it's our future in general. Like visions of future which are too extreme are like unbelievable to me for a little bit, because future is extreme only to some extent. Let's like, you can say that our contemporary life is quite amazing. It was like nobody could predict it. But I don't believe that virtual reality will be so well distributed around the world. It's difficult for me to believe that, because of simply inequality. So, but maybe our phones will turn into the simply you can make a device which you can put on your eyes like that, and you are in virtuality, and it can be as big as your phone. Anyway, I've got always like problem with science fiction, that there are always some elements which are so unbelievable, and like that's always like, I don't believe that it will happen. So I don't believe that like visions of future which are so catastrophic are like true. Like, I think the probability that we'll manage how to deal with our crises in general, it's much bigger than we think. Like, we simply we always find a way to adjust to difficult circumstances, and especially when we are so well connected, let's say, and we can find a way to solve problems. So like, I am into like utopia more probably, but at the same time, like, visions of future, like for example, like future of art. I always thought that I will be making like 3D art in virtuality, and like I thought that in the age in which I am now, when I will be 40 or whatever, I'll be making mostly digital art. But it didn't happen because of economy simply, and I think that most of the visions of future will be like limited by economy. So these visions of spaceships, its visions of flying cars and so on, it will be always a struggle on the very basic level of gaining this kind of money. So of course you can say again that everyone have like phone in their pockets, but let's say, okay, not everyone, like there are people which don't have phones, okay, so maybe billion of people have phones, but anyway, yeah, even if 7 billion people would have phone, they will not have such an advanced phone and so on. So and like you can always damage this phone and so on. So like there will be always some struggle to get that very advanced technology. So I'm not making this kind of art which I imagine that I will be making because of simply money. So even even like on the intellectual level, let's say, I imagine that my art will be more conceptual, but like it's I can't even let's participate in the exchange of ideas which are on the edge of advancement, let's say, because like if you want to buy like book which is quite recent and like really important, sometimes this book, I mean science book for example, and science book in particular, they are so expensive. You have to buy like, you want to know something about, I don't know, just vision of reality of Stephen Wolfram or whatever. These books are fucking horribly expensive, and you think that you can like make art, let's say, based on some contemporary like advanced science or whatever. You can make it, but nobody will care. So anyway, like it's always about economy. So like because of my private experience, I've got like vision of future now, which are more like pessimistic. That we are in the future now, let's say, future for the past centuries, and these visions were more extreme, of course, like for 2020, for example, 2020s, and it happened to some extent, but like, let's say, all of that advancement, like it's always something extra, something special. We still like have not advanced medicine enough, and anyway, chaotical speech about future, but I think it's like probably after like having more experiences than let's say very young person, enthusiastic person, you can say that entropy, randomness, and poor economy will kill all the science fiction visions, so let's say. and it's like so I'm not such an optimist as I was like in 2006, for example. But I'm an optimist anyway, so and like I like what we've got at this moment when it comes to technology, and I think it's like people which are complaining and saying that it's nothing, and they are terribly wrong because we've got a lot, let's say. But still, like, economy in that context is putting like let's say there is a fingerprint of economy on that all that inequalities which we had previously, they are more and more visible in the web because like of distribution of information, let's say. So if you are a poor artist and you want to, if you are trying to show what you've got, you'll not be able to become visible because there's millions of people like you, and if you've got no money for advertisement, you'll be not visible. That's an example, but it's the same struggle with scientists, and like there are all that hierarchies which are influencing how like you can redistribute your information, let's say. So I am not so optimistic. I'm reading book about artificial intelligence, a guide for thinking humans, Melanie Mitchell now, and I can say that it's another like popular science book, and like I've read so many popular science books that I'm bored a little bit, because you are always at some point there is a lack of very, very precise information how things are done. So if you've got description of artificial neural networks, they are not so precise that you can make your own artificial networks, let's say. There are better tutorials like on YouTube, of course, but still. And if you would want to like know precisely, you would have to pay £60 for a book which I don't have, and I don't have time to study it because I'm working. And it's the same with art. I can have vision of what I want to do, but there's no money and time to make my visions real. So, and like, who cares like about concepts of mine? So yeah, I'm not depressed. Just please like understand correctly what I'm saying here. Anyway, so so Ready Player One. It's a nicely written book, but like for a 10-year-old kid, and yeah, and like and still I'm not convinced that virtual reality will grow to that extent. But who knows? I wish like these companies which are putting so much effort to make it real, like I wish them luck. Yeah, but at the same time, when I think about virtual reality, I think that it's not necessarily like so awesome as I thought, like because it's like simply cutting real life experiences from people, and of course like I think virtuality is giving like a lot of experiences, but those are very different experiences than real life experiences and real people. I mean, those are real people in virtuality, but they are not. It's creating this impression that you are achieving something in virtuality, but it's not giving you a real value. Like I mean, I think it's extremely important to try to make it something for real as well. Anyway, I don't know what I'm talking about. just improvising. Yeah, and I've got no time for reading books now. Even if I'm traveling to work, I've got I'm traveling by bicycle, train, one train, second train, and there is no moment to like really open the book and read. So it's not easy. And I like about economy in general comment about let's say intellectual life and art life. If you are working, there's no good moment for making this kind of efforts to construct something, to create something. Everything what I'm doing now, I'm making on the margin of my life, and it's like I would have 2 jobs at once, and it's and in consequence you are not making anything like good enough, let's say, from my point of view. One second, I'll just repair my mouse, and then I'll ask myself some random questions. New battery, energy always needed for virtual fights. I know what's the problem. Okay, I typed questionnaire into the Google and let's check random questions. $80 random questions. Brightful me again. I was on this website before. And some I will find something else. Random questions, because there were there are random number generators even. Okay, random question generator. This is Faculty, Washington, EDU, random question generator. Who is one of your best friends and what do you love about them? What have you created that you are most proud of? Let's say how my website is something which I am proud of. So there is thousands of drawings of mine which I am proud of. So this is it. This is all my life there. What fictional place would you most like to go? Yeah, virtual world from Ready Player One would be fun to see. Anyway, what was the best compliment you've ever received? I don't know. I don't remember any. What story does your family always tell about you? Some embarrassing stories, usually. Okay, there's more. Random question generators, randomwordsgenerator.com. There's not too much randomness in that questions. They are always constructed like in quite similar way. So how do you entertain yourself when you are bored? I'm going for walks. I'm going for exhibitions. I'm going for concerts. I'm reading books, I'm meeting with people, but it's quite rare that I met with someone. Recently, what is your opinion on tattoos? Tattoos are awesome, but on other people. But like, I'll be pissed off after a very short period of time when I would make something and I'll be bored simply. So I'm changing my mind quite often. My art is showing that. So there's no like symbols or anything to which I stick for longer. I'm not attached to anything to that extent that I would want to tattoo anything. So it's like and like I think that people which are attached to ideas or symbols too strongly, it's not very practical in general. So it's strange for me, but tattoos can be nice, of course. Like I love some paintings, some pictures. What's something that is common today that humans will be embarrassed about doing in 50 years? There's always something about fashion which is like embarrassing and strange. Will be embarrassed maybe about using cars and traveling in such a primitive way. we will be embarrassed about lack of respect for people and extent of control which we are like. We are living in a highly controlled society, and we don't realize that. We'll be embarrassed working in jobs which doesn't interest us. So this is my idea. This will be the most embarrassing. Like, yeah, working is the most lame thing ever. Yeah, just 1 second, I'll close window. This is something which I don't like about London the most. Is someone is listening to music in his yard, and you have to listen to that music. So, I mean, it's like, come on, I understand that it's a weekend and you've got fun, but please don't force me to listen to your music. So what's something that is common today that humans will be embarrassed about doing in 50 years? So working in a way which you don't want to work. It will be it's the most lame thing in our times. Like, so maybe there will be a lot of robots. Hopefully there will be a lot of robots which will be doing what you don't want to do. Do you have a favorite brand? Even if I would have had a favorite brand, I would not tell it in a live stream on my fan page, because you would have to pay me. Do you enjoy people watching? Do you enjoy people watching? No, I don't. I enjoy when they are watching my paintings or sculptures, but I don't enjoy when people are watching. Okay. Sometimes I would love people to watch, maybe. As a loner, as an introvert, I'm like mostly confused when like people are watching me. What is going on? But at the same time, as an artist, I'm showing my art, and I would love people to watch it. Anyway, another question: how much damage could your best friend do to you if you ever had a falling out? What? I don't get it. What small stuff do you sweet even thought you know you shouldn't? What's the most uncomfortable situation you've ever found yourself in? Oh, there's a few. I will not go into details because it was so embarrassing and uncomfortable. Let's say, okay, uncomfortable situation. Those were my exams of any kind. The most uncomfortable, the worst situation in my life when I was writing exam for the third time in my high school, and I was so stressed, and as I thought I would die there, and I was so afraid that I will fail third time. And since then I am so much against school in general that I will never come back to school, and I'm sure about it.
I hated school at every level, at any point, like, I didn't get it, like, it's a prison for me, like, in general. But I love to learn in general. So, what's the most uncomfortable situation? Yeah, those it was like one of most important exams which I finally passed. Like, okay, another. How often do you find yourself daydreaming? I'm constantly daydreaming. I am in a parallel universe in general of imagined, like, objects and paintings which I would love to make in the future. So I am daydreamer. That's why I struggle to live normal life, because my imagination is more important for me than reality in general. But I'm not confusing these two words. Have you ever done something embarrassing around a former crush? You are constantly doing something embarrassing around a former crush. I always had like bad dialogues with my crushes, and it was always horrible. And usually, unfortunately, my crushes interpreted it like, okay, there is something wrong with this guy, and it was, I am not Casanova for sure. What line from a song has had the biggest impact on you? I always loved the Doors. Like, I think that I was listening a lot of the Doors. I don't remember any song in particular. It's difficult. What line from a song has had the biggest impact on you? Yeah, many songs from the Doors in general. Like, it shaped me, and it was always like about like, music in general is for me like a rebellion in general, and you can express anger and frustration through music, so it's like more about emotions, but it's not like, I'm not such such an analytical type, let's say. When I'm listening to music, I'm like mostly into emotions, which it's evoking, like yeah. What challenge would you like to see your best friend take on? I don't care. What's the story behind your greatest treasure? There's no story about I've got no treasures. What do you try to do to make the words a little better? I'm just trying to not be a motherfucker, and it's the simplest thing you can do. It's just be kind to people. It's very, very easy. Like, just don't fight with people, don't cause troubles. Like, there's no reason to do it. Like, it's so fucking stupid, like, when people are attacking other people all the time. Is there anyone that you are wondering about, and if they are okay? of course, there are this kind of people, and some of them, those are people which don't know me. What small stuff do you sweet even though you know you shouldn't? What's something you thought you would have already done by now but haven't? I thought that I had few ideas about myself, but I will not tell what kind of plans I had about myself, but like social reality is more complex and more random than you would expect. So simply attaining your goals, it's not up to you in general. So there are people which will allow you to do it or no. And usually I'm not, I think, a very likable person, because I don't care what people think about me. So if I want something, then I'm usually not gaining that, because I don't care what other people thinks about my art, for example, or how I'm dressed, or how I look, or whatever. So I'm not like socially skillful person in that sense. So I'm not gaining what I want. And like I had more illusions about how people are functioning, like when I was younger. Now I've got strong disbelief in like people there are people which wants to help you. I simply don't believe it. To attain your goals, you can have parents which care. Mine didn't care too much, I think, about my goals. So you can have eventually friends which care, but you can find out after sometimes that your friends doesn't care as well. So it's simply social thing, and you can have luck or no luck, but the best thing to have in that system which we've got is to have money, and then it's much easier to gain your goals. But like I don't believe in like true objectivity, true good intentions. Like everyone have some business. So I am disillusioned about people. So I'm not gaining like whatever I thought I will gain in my age. But I'm like doing whatever I want, so this is the most important thing for me. Can you describe your personal style? My personal style. It's to make to like make the best possible choice at this moment. To make the best possible choice which is possible at any given moment. So yeah, that's so some kind of maximalism, but let's say rational. So if I see that to make the best possible choice, which demands too much effort and resources, I just say no. There's no point of like killing yourself to attain something, like so. So my style is like my style is also about living your dreams. I mean, you should like follow your imagination, your goals of like, you can have almost everything which you've got in your imagination, of what you want in your imagination, and it's fine when you are not attached too much to that, so you can play with that, but you have to know that at some point you will have to give up that for some time. But in general, like, I am into more hedonistic, it's more hedonism, but like, I would say virtual hedonism. So that's probably my style. I would describe it at this moment like that. It's like that. Anyway, so, and it's like, if people don't want you to give you what you want, just get it in your imagination, in the representations which you create, which you've got in your head. That's simple, but don't be attached to it, and that's it. What's something that when you were learning it, you thought you'd never use it, but in reality you ended up using it a lot? Some computer skills, let's say, programs which I know, and like, I simply didn't thought, for example, that making movies will be so important for my art practice, but it's quite important. Or making photos, it's not as important as I wouldn't think that it's like so important, but it's crucial, I think. So there are some skills which I've got, which are less necessary, like, I don't need them for real. Like, not too many people care about my drawing skills, even if I know I can draw anything from imagination or from reality. And you can have, it's like playing piano in a flexible way, but who cares? Like, you can play guitar on in a great way, and who cares? That's the reality of our social world, and internet is showing it in a perfect way. Simply, people don't care, and that's it. And like, we now see that there's millions of pop stars, and it's like very interesting for me, like, socially, that you've got plenty of musicians. Like, this hierarchy which exists, it's like hierarchy because of age of people, and which people are like making music 70 years and they are still there, and they are the most popular. But young generation, there's so many skillful, talented artists. So, and anyway, okay, let's make another question. What are you currently doubting in your life? So, I've got doubts about rationality, in society. When it comes to politics, when it comes to like global issues like global warming and priorities, and there's no rationality for me in like working in a way you don't want to. So yeah. So I doubt about rationality of other people. There are some strange priorities there, like do you have a secret place? No. Why haven't you done it yet? Whatever this question is about, I haven't done it yet because of complexity of everyday life. Do you believe that money can make you happy? Yes. To some extent. What is your current favorite TV show? What was it 5 years ago? I'm not watching TV like more than 10 years, probably even more. I just simply don't care about TV. If you got it's era of internet, and I like if I can choose what I want to watch, it's the best thing ever. TV doesn't interest me at all. When I was younger, I was watching some TV series maybe, but no, I was very young. Anyway, what's the next line to cross off your list to make another painting here? But it's like constant to make paintings. What are your favorite 5 words at the moment? 5 words. Freedom, anarchy, peace, imagination, creativity, let's say. What do you think people pretend to like when they really don't? They are pretending that they are happy with their life. Yeah, there's plenty of this kind of situations in life when we have to pretend, like Ricky Gervais had this like film about lying, and without lies, simply it would be like there's plenty of things which people don't like. People don't like other people mostly, and it's all about that, I think. Because, like for example, with me, when I'm avoiding people which I'm not in love with, let's say, my life is becoming like almost perfect. Yeah. What is the most selfish thing you do that you are okay with? The most selfish thing. Yeah, I'm a loner in general, so you can say that this style of living is a selfish one. I don't think so, because like okay, so I've got no social like role, let's say, which is I'm not like when I'm working, it's not very, everyone can do it, but like I've got no social role, more responsibilities, let's say. So being a loner, but anyway, selfish thing you do that you are okay with. I don't know, just what's the strangest situation you ever found yourself in? It was strangest. Well, when I was younger, I was drinking a lot, and then I was putting myself in very embarrassing and strange situations. Mostly, like because I was so wasted. But the strangest situation, once I get up like on a train station, and I was sleeping on train station, and I didn't notice when I fall asleep. And it was like some person like woke me up because it was the last train which I could travel, so this person saved my night. And it was quite strange because like I simply lost consciousness, let's say, because I was so drunk, and it was strange situations. On some holidays, some landscapes which I saw, which were so surreal that I would never thought that I would find myself in this kind of circumstances, like this kind of strangest. I had, I don't know, exhibition in a pavement, for example, of cinema some time ago, and I remember that, like, and it was strange. Not pavement, so what I'm telling you, not, just 1 second. In a basement, I want to say, whatever. I'm just showing my level of experience with language. What do you consider the best decision you've made thus far in your life? Coming to London, it was a very good decision, which everyone was against. Like, I mean, many people thought that it's not the best idea. The best decision you've made thus far in your life? Quitting educational system. Just if you can't make it, it's like with people, you can try to talk with someone and like be friend with someone few times, like you've got some meetings, but after, if you've got 10 meetings and every single one sucks and there is something wrong, just don't leave that person. Like, you don't have to be friends, you don't have to have friends to be happy, and this is the best decision, to not like to leave situations which are not working for you very well. It's very simple. Like, don't be attached to some goals of yours, because don't force yourself too much, I would say. So most of my best decisions were like giving up something. Yeah. If you knew the winning lottery numbers, would you keep them to yourself or share with others? So, I'm not a liar, so if I would know the result of some lottery, it would be like not honest, because you simply can't have this information, so I would simply not share it with anyone. I would not even use that numbers. Probably because I am an honest guy. How would you describe someone who is wealthy? Wealthy people. How would you describe someone who is wealthy? If you don't have to work, you are very wealthy for me. Have you ever done something embarrassing around a former crush? We were there. What memory have you been thinking about a lot lately? Because I am like a dreamer and I am living in my imagination all the time. I am living in my past as well. And I think it's probably very common that people are like rumination of past events and thinking about whole your life all the time. Like, yeah, but my mind is working that way that I'm just coming back to some places in which I was and I liked that places, so in my mind's eye I've got these places like it's like a film for me, and I can repeat the tape. Maybe I'm autistic or whatever, but I just simply got memory of places, of things in my surroundings, so I'm very often coming back to some places, like some architecture, for example. I can recreate some days when I'm traveling around to London. I see many places which are beautiful, like canals here are amazing, and I'm often coming back to that places in my memory. If you could choose the way you become a hero, what would the circumstances be? I don't want to be a hero, just because like every situation when you are becoming a hero is dangerous, probably, or some like very unusual or whatever. I like my comfy life. What mode of transportation have you never tried? I tried almost everything, just Hyperloop. Never tried. Anyway, what type of exercise do you like most? Push-ups. That's cool. I like walking. What's the strangest situation you ever found yourself? No, okay, so those are. What do you wish they would teach at school that they don't? So, I mean, schools are like schools are not teaching you how to be like on your own, and there should be like this kind of subject at school that they are teaching you how to pay taxes, the basic or like as a citizenship, you have to make some things which are necessary to survive. So some basic knowledge about how system works, how capitalism works, how society is functioning, and like how to achieve some things which you want, like. So those are rules which are not necessarily obvious, like anyway, just basic responsibilities of as a citizenship citizen, like which you've got, and to be like, because those are basics about which nobody is telling you, and they are the most important. So how to function, maybe law in general. So what is the law? And law is the most basic, those are the most basic rules which you have to follow in society. And if you would know that law from very beginning, you can find probably better ways to get money and to survive in that system, and so on. Maybe something like that. But in general, like in schools, why I hated schools, because I couldn't make precisely what I wanted, and I always wanted to make art. So every lesson where I could like make projects on my own were the best for me. So every creative subject was awesome, and I like the most like this design tasks where you have to design something and you are making everything on your own with your own hands. Like, so I think that's the most, also are the most important like skills to have, to make things on your own. What's the most interesting thing you have in your pockets right now? Nothing especially interesting. What do you think is the most valuable resource? Water. Okay. I don't know how long I'm already streaming and nobody's watching it as usually. So maybe a few more questions. I'm just, there is no plan with that snapshot of the mind, and it's like showing in general how my mind is functioning. It's I don't have time for that kind of podcasts and live streaming events, so I'm making it randomly. Like these questions are random, and what can I say more? And it's good that it's like that. I think it's simply how it is. I would love to invite you for some exhibition in near future, but unfortunately there is not going to be any exhibition of mine very soon. So I've got some new artworks. I had a small exhibition recently in it was not solo exhibition, it was like group exhibition in the Act 1 cinema on Acton, which was like quite nice. It was quite nice opportunity for me to show my artworks. But like context was random because it was like some patriotic event, which like I didn't expect that it will be such a patriotic event, so it wasn't a good context for me, I think. And I had only 3 artworks there, so again, randomness of everyday life. I just agreed to take a part in that event because I know that I will not have any other opportunity to show my art very soon, so just little reminder to people that I exist as an artist, and I'm still doing my arts, even if nobody cares. So this is still going, and I'll never stop. What else can I say? Most of my drawings now, those are improvised drawings. I'm making some projects of paintings, let's say, which are less improvised. There's more thinking in that. Those are like really projects, but I feel a little bit of burnout as an artist in general, because like there is no time for doing it, no money for doing it, and I'm still doing it, but it's like constant struggle. So it's I mean, I love to do it, so I will never stop to do it, but so it's not very comfortable like for me to make art. So whatever you see and you think like that's not the best of your look, you have to know that my life is very busy, and like I need to fight for that moment when I can do it. So and like imagine if you are like working a lot and traveling a lot, you are simply not in that mode, in that studio mode, when you can like be focused enough to make art. Yeah, so I'm not planning any exhibitions very soon, but I've got plenty of material, like plenty of drawings, which I'm not extremely satisfied with, let's say. Okay. Yeah, I'm putting some videos on YouTube as well. Those are improvised drawings mostly, and I'm filming my last paintings. Usually it's big, without any comment, just this object filmed, and I think that this is the best I can do to show you my art, to film it. This is the easiest, the fastest way to show how it looks for real. Okay, see you next time. Thank you. Hi everyone, another live stream, Radio Ratz here. Yeah, everyone loves radio, but so many people is afraid of speaking or like exposing themselves. It's very strange for me. I'm doing these live streams, one of the reasons why I'm doing these live streams, because I was like always a fan of Howard Stern show and this kind of radical exhibitionists like in pop culture, because it's something amazing about like having this kind of access to someone's like process of thinking. So I am like into exposure in general, because you can work with your like thinking process based on this kind of events or recordings or whatever you call it, videos. You can simply provoke yourself to thinking about some stuff which you are not thinking on an everyday basis. Anyway, so I'm just lost in the web. I just finished one painting, just posted it on Instagram. Not the best one, not the worst one. This title of this one is Wild Thing. I'll just maybe post in a comment link. You can find it easily on my fan page. Anyway, this is not very big canvas, so I'm trying to find some way to work with this kind of canvases to make it like, because you can't make very detailed artworks on this kind of canvases, so because there's not too much space, and I've got now very wide stretching bars, and simply I need a lot of canvas to stretch it properly later. Now I'm like training myself in stretching canvases, and it's fun for me. Last time I've done some stretching of canvases when I was in high school. Later I gave up painting because of money, because on my art stick, on which I had like studio, let's say my living space, let's say, I couldn't work freely because issues with my mother, which couldn't like stand dirt which is connected with working as an artist, so ink, paintings, this kind of stuff. So I stopped doing it. I just was making drawings mainly to stop to generate like dirt in general. So like it was like 20 years ago, let's say. So now I'm coming back to stretching and painting, and it's a lot of fun for me. And I'm still in the process of learning how to deal with canvases and how to not be afraid of painting on canvases which are so expensive, and you know, just to be relaxed during the process. So constant fight with yourself, with your anxiety, with your issues, let's say. Random questions, random stream. I can what we can say, it's 11th September. Queen Elizabeth just died. So this is like space-time point. Those are the events in the background. Fortunately, Russians are losing many fights in Ukraine, but still we've got war, and it's horrible. Peace and love and happiness for all of you around the world, and so on. Okay, random questions. What kind of questions I'll answer today? Maybe I'll just scroll down a little bit more than usually to pick some more random questions generator. I'm a little bit afraid of quiz generator because there will be many questions will like expose me too much, my lack of knowledge. But let's do anything, whatever. Okay, why is shut down a thing, and open up a thing, but open down isn't? If the universe is constantly expanding, what is the expanding into? As far as I know, theory is telling that there's nothing to expand to. So if universe is expanding, then it's like at the same time creating space-time. This is what I remember, but my imagination is telling me that there is no such thing as nothingness. So the fabric of what is outside of our universe is probably like, I imagine it like something more complex than our universe. So I imagine it as a matrix of which is like of higher resolution than our universe. This is my imagination, like telling me this kind of story. It's like universe in our head is limited by matrix of our brains, and what is going on in our universe is limited by matrix, which is the matrix of our universe, and it's like matryoshka in general. I imagine it like that. So, and we'll never answer this kind of question. We can be sure. So those are only mind games, I think. So this is a little bit of a mind fuck, I would say, because it's probably better to solve some economical issues, some ecological issues here and now than speculate about this kind. I'm more pragmatic, so for me this kind of speculations are extremely interesting on one side, because as an artist I love this kind of speculations. As a science lover, I love this kind of speculations, but to be honest, I realize with time that this is consuming my time, which is precious, because we are older and we can like be focused on just gaining better quality of life in general. So those are like that's why like I'm sometimes annoyed by philosophy in general, that It's simply taking our energy, taking so much energy to think about this kind of stuff, and doesn't help to solve our everyday problems. But anyway, those are interesting problems. So the question was, if the universe is constantly expanding, what is expanding into? That's a great question, like awesome question. So we've got something which is causing expansion, and we don't know what it is precisely. So our universe is not collapsing. Those are awesome problems. Next question from randomthingstodo.com. I think that I like this formula because like this kind of questions are like deeply thought-provoking, let's say. Am I the only one who lays in bed all night just thinking up perfect scenarios? We all do it, and our brains works like that we always try to imagine better scenario for the future. So, and I think that brains are like machines which wants to make higher probability that the future will be better. So we just want safety. So this is our basic motivation, safety and pleasure. Anyway, so higher probability of good things happen, that good things will happen. So it's never ending storytelling. Our left brain or whatever part of the brain is responsible for it. Of course, the whole brain is responsible for it. So we are telling stories all the time, and those are very frustrating stories very often, because if we'll achieve one goal, we'll jump to the next one, and this is never-ending story. What if I am colorblind and everyone else saw differently? That's another amazing question. Like, I mean, what if? Nothing, just you are different, and that's, and these differences are like beneficial in a way, because you realize that there are people which are seeing world differently, and I'm like into celebration of these differences, and I love that we are different, and we should respect that. Of course, there's many kinds of differences, and not every difference, like colorblind, can be quite debilitating. Like, I mean, just it's not practical in a world which is created by people which see color easily. Anyway, so every design is adjusted to normal people, so-called normal people. Normal. There's no normal people in general. Do you ever get mad when someone tells you something you already knew? Yeah, of course. If someone is telling you something which you wanted to do, and he's making it like giving advice, and he thinks that he's so wise and predictive, that he can predict the future and so on. People are doing it very often to annoy you, like, but I think that there are many people generally don't have like
this imagination to like see through someone's eyes. So they are giving you advices, even if you perfectly know what you should do to like gain your goals, to achieve your goals. So yeah, people are annoying in general when it comes to telling you what you should do. That's one thing. When it comes to telling you what you already knew, those are simply boring people. I'm like boring people. I'm like boring person because I don't know too much. So I can't like easily surprise someone by my knowledge, I think. Anyway, yeah, I mean, brains are, I mean, if someone is annoying you with telling you something which you know already, just provoke this person to say you something which you don't know, and for sure that person will know something which you don't know. Why is it called chili when it's 39 hot? Anyway, if a liar says I'm lying, is he lying? This is problem with logic in general, and this is like famous, of course, paradox and limitation of language. Let's say example of limitation of language. This is mindfuck. I don't like these examples, and I think that they are silly. This kind of examples are showing that logic is not enough, that you need like if you want to simulate let's say brain functions in general. Brains is a more complex logic which you can't express easily in language, because representations of the brain are much more complex than like one-dimensional language or two-dimensional or whatever, something which you can put on the paper. So because if you are saying liar, you can imagine a human being which like simply lied a few times, and now that person have labeled liar, and you can easily imagine then that as every other human being, he can lie or tell the truth. So liar is a problem only in logic, only in when you want to have everything on paper. But it's not a problem for human brain to understand something like that. So yeah. I don't think that this kind of problems are deep problems. Those are deep problems. But as like for random question generator, I must say that respect, really. If you run over to get cake, isn't it like you deserved it? If you run over to get cake, isn't it like you deserved it? Cake is not good for you, no matter how much you're running. Sugar is not good for you, so it's not a reward. If we can walk a walk, drink a drink, plant a plant, and ride a ride, why can't we foot a foot? Yeah, those, and again, like, question about limitation of language. Structure of language is
probably simply must be like highly conventional, and you can't apply the same rule for everything. Probably languages can be have to be like more complex than that. Okay, if humans had hollow bones, how would we be able to fly? Okay, would we be able to fly? I suppose that bones it's not the only thing which is making humans more heavy than birds. But I just don't know how much weight we would lose if our bones would be structured in a different way. Maybe quite a lot, and it would be interesting, like to make wings for us. It would be awesome, actually. But now we've got drones, and we'll be flying soon, like, and it will be cheap, probably, if law will allow us to do it. Let's do it. Where did Jimmy Neutron get all the money to boot all that stuff? Who is Jimmy Neutron? Let's check. Let's learn something. Okay, so science fiction comedy film produced by oh wow, never heard about Jimmy Neutron. That's like our contemporary mythology about geniuses, magical people, special people, different people, better than you. Fuck them. If a door says unauthorized personnel only, are you allowed in? Unauthorized personnel only. I am not a special person. If the plural of mouse is mice, why isn't the plural of house highs? Again, limitation of language. I will expose my limitation of understanding as well. Why is the word phonetic not spelled phonetically? Who cares? If dentists make their money from unhealthy teeth, why should I trust a product that 4/5 recommend? That's the problem. One of the problems. Problem with that system, that we can't like trust like companies. It's like we know perfectly that lighting bulbs we can make them almost indestructible, but companies, in order to survive, to like a parasite, they are making like limited life of these bulbs are limited, so possibly it's the same with medicine sometimes. If you drop a soup But I am not into conspiracy theory. I want to say it very clearly. It was a joke. It was a joke. If you drop a soap bar on the floor, is the floor clean or is it soap dirty? Second option, in my opinion, why don't they give you nap time in school when you need it? Why don't they give you nap time in school when you need it, middle school? Yeah, that's a very good question. So, when it comes to school, I expressed that opinion that I hated school and I don't like the system which exists, and I still think like that. And one of the reasons is that we are cognitively functioning in a very different way, biologically functioning in a very different way. One person will be like fresh and ready to make math at 8 o'clock in the morning. Other person will be ready to do it at 10 p.m. and it's biological to a huge extent, and you can't compare this performance of these two people easily, or it will be not justice in general. So that's an extremely good question, I would say. So in my opinion, you should have a nap whenever you need a nap, and it's inhuman to do it in a other way. I am like extremely individualistic, and like I like think that extreme individualism should be allowed. And when it comes to schools, I really think that everyone should learn on its own. The best option would be like virtual teachers, which are not biased in any way, which are not they are not punishing you only because you are such and such. I don't know, because you are a man, because you are punk, because you are black, because you are whatever. So teachers should be like a machine, simply. Of course, it's utopia, like project, and it's impossible now, but hopefully it will be possible in the future. That the whole process of education will be really objective. So simply the process of education is like more about pure information, and the process of testing a student will be like, there will be no option to judge you based on any other quality than this necessary knowledge. There's many problems with that, like technical problems, like how to make exams like completely like random, objective. That's questions will never leak from any source which is like creating tests, whatever. So I don't believe it's possible now that you can create like perfect tests. And like when it comes to tests and exams, I think that people should have like infinite number of times when they can like take that test, and they should be allowed to make that test at home, like in a comfortable, relaxed atmosphere and so on. Of course, it's utopia, and it will probably not happen for a long time, but
what can I say? I am like I believe in potential of all human beings, like, and I think that potential of human brain is like much like we can do more with our lives than we expect. Why during school you remember what day it is when you wake up, but during summer you're like, what is my name? Yeah, holidays are the best. How did we get the names how did we get the names for all numbers or anything for that matter? How did we get the names for all numbers or anything for that matter? We probably, I mean, for sure, there are things to discover which our language doesn't like contain, and it's like that's another inspiring thought. Yes, limitations of language are probably huge. The problem with that is, of course, like to what extent like language is limiting our thought process. So the structure of language is probably like describing limitations of our brain, and probably if our brains would be better, we would have more complex languages, and like we would be able to understand and like differentiate more concepts in general. So those are very interesting questions. Isn't it crazy that the voice in your head reads this really loud, but the volume doesn't change? Isn't it crazy that the voice in your head reads this really loud? Okay, because it's this captions letters, but the volume doesn't change. Yeah, it's very interesting how brains deciphering, like automatically deciphering things. It's like I am always surprised like how easily I can draw some things, and I remember how I struggled when I was like 12 to draw these things. Of course, it was like mainly I struggled because I was like I didn't explore what I already had. We can say to some extent it was because I didn't like realize that I have that ability. So anyway, yeah. So brain is like this hierarchical and compositional habits which are building up, and you've got emergent like almost properties, that you've got some skills and you can use them too. Anyway, language is a great example of all these features of our brains. Anyway, why is it called a smoothie when they contain little chunks of fruit? That's interesting. What if Harry Potter is really real and we are all just filthy muggles waiting to be killed by Voldemort? Yeah, in many of these kind of fairy tales, contemporary fairy tales, there is hidden message, and for sure there is a hidden message here in Harry Potter, and there are hidden messages in
Ready Player One, for example, which I've read recently, and in general messages like there are people which are governing this world, and if you will not behave in a particular way, you'll be not rewarded in any way, and your life will be miserable. It will be, you will be punished in a way. So this system needs particular skills, particular type of people, polite people which agree to make just whatever someone will tell them. If you are not this kind of person, you are excluded like a trash. So and so if you will not serve corporation or government, you'll be excluded. So there is no place for individualism here. That's unfortunate. Like, so this is my like funny interpretation of what is going on there. But I am not into conspiracy theories, of course. If twins both are named after their father, which is one, if twins both are named after their father, which one is considered the third? I don't agree. I don't I don't get it. Am I the only one who lays in bed all night just think, okay, it was okay, some again some riddle which I don't care about. If you photoshopped a man's nipple onto a woman's breasts, would it need to be censored? Yeah, that's a good question. Like, should Instagram be censored in general? So I think my thoughts about it is like, if Instagram would be not censored, it would be a porn site in general. So because we've got something like into exhibitionism, and especially now in these days, like if you are functioning only online in order to meet some people, you need to expose yourself to make yourself visible in general. Very strange times, and Instagram in general is like, we are like pushing boundaries, and that liberation lead us to more like atavistic behaviors, primitive behaviors. And I'm not saying that I'm not one of these guys, like old guys, which are like, they've got plenty of concerns about what is going on with society, and these young people only like sex, drugs, and whatever. And like, for me, it's like, it should be that it's happening by its own. So the only responsibility of Facebook, like Facebook, it's Instagram, Meta, is to not influence choices of people by algorithms, in my opinion, and the rest is total freedom. And I'm into absolute freedom of speech and this kind of stuff. So if like there is this kind of behavior, it means that people are like that, and you can't do anything like that about it. If you are different kind of person and you don't like to look at butts all the time, and you want to have deeper thinking process, let's say, just not to think only about sex,
just adjust. There should be an option to adjust your algorithms, like that they are not showing you butts, and that's it. But if someone wants to show you tits, why not? Just maybe it's in our nature. And of course, like I don't think that our like purpose of life is only fuck. This is one of the main goals, but and like love is magical and so on, and love is magical, but there are different things to do as well. What if there really is an ad that can make you a millionaire and millions of people have just ignored it? There's no such thing. Don't be naive. Someone is lying to you all the time that you'll become rich one day without giving all your life. Do you ever get mad when someone tells you something you already knew? Okay, it was ever notice how Hogwarts is just backwards Warthogs? Whatever. If enough people start ignoring a rule, does ignoring that rule become a new rule? No. Rule is a rule when it's like in the law, and that's it. And if it will keep going for a number of years, so I don't like think that people would like become completely crazy, irresponsible, and aggressive when there would be no rules, for example. I think that people are expressing their true nature all the time. But of course, like creating rules, it's like one of the expression of our nature in general. It's easier to live with rules in a way. But I think that's our essence. Those are our brains, and our brains are not like completely that we don't have to be programmed to behave in a particular way. Simply, people are behaving in that way thousands of years, and nobody had to write down all that rules. So I don't agree that if you are not religious, you are not ethical. You are ethical because you are a human being. That's in your genes. That's my opinion. So all our rules are written in our DNA, simply. What would happen if we were all actually trapped in a time loop? Wow, that's a cool idea. I mean, time loop, I imagine that, for example, at some point of your life, someone is inventing a time machine, and you can come back to your past and experience maybe your life from a first person perspective. And sometimes I imagine that that if time traveling is possible, these people can be around us, which are traveling in time, and we would not see any difference in general. But I don't believe that laws of nature are so elastic in general. So if we are not experiencing miracles and we are not experiencing, that means that physics is quite stiff. Get a real job. What if I told you that there is no such thing as a fake job? Yes, exactly. Exactly. So I think that all human activities can be used in some smart way. So, example of art, you can think that, okay, we don't need so many artists. There's plenty of bad artists and delusional people which thinks that they've got talent or whatever, something like that. And I would say absolutely no. If they want to do it, they should do it, because all of that kind of practices, like, it's like learning languages, so you are discovering your potential in that way. That's the one function of it. Second function is you are learning to be creative, to be active, to be self-driven, to simply, you are making decisions, you are a creator, you are simply governor of your own fate, let's say. And it's brilliant, and people should do it like to improve themselves. So okay, so do whatever you want, don't kill anyone. Who am I? Anyway, just fun. Okay, it was a lot of talking, whatever, random event again. Peace and love and happiness for all of you. Have fun.
Hi everyone, it's me, Ratz. You are not surprised for sure. Anyway, short report, what is going on. So I'll continue with random questions generators, because it's Friday. I just finished week of work. Hi, whoever is watching, hi, nice to see you here. Anyway, so I will continue with random question generator. If you want to ask any questions, just do it. It can be in Polish as well. Anyway, today I visited Woolwich Contemporary Print Fair, and I must say I had a lot of fun to see how like this whole art world of London art world of printmakers looks like here. And it was quite impressive for me, I must say. But I had some adventures. I went there and I asked a guy on the gates if I can film there, because I wanted to make a video about this Woolwich Contemporary Print Fair, like a vlog simply. And this guy told me, okay, I'll ask some lady if you can film. Later the lady came, and she just told me, oh, I'm not sure about filming. I will ask the director of that art fair. And she went there and she came back like 10 minutes later almost, and she told me, oh, there's so many people which maybe don't want to be filmed. There are some kids, so we shouldn't film, like I shouldn't film. And I I just realized Okay, so I look like a pedophile in general, and it's okay. I was like, why it's so strange? Okay, now. Ooh. Okay, shit. So I simply look like a pedophile, and I can film in art fairs, at art fairs. So I felt like old, and I just wanted to make a like review, standard review, film like very briefly, general view of this art fair. So I can't. So I felt like an old creep, and I see that my future, my fate, is to be like a Louis C.K. It's my future for sure now. I know it. There was a lot of, I mean, a lot. I have chosen like only, I must say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 artists. But it was like huge event. So like for that kind of art fair, when there is so many artists, I just enjoyed like this 14. And I must say, like, general reflection about like art which they are showing there, it's quite conservative, I must say. It's still like not an avant-garde. It's like, I don't know why, but usually like all these academics are like stuck in 19th century or beginning of the 20th century. Of course, those are like great periods of art, but like there's no challenge in it, and not too much of an experimentation in general. So I posted like which artworks I like the most, and this you can find it on my Instagram. So in a way it was fun, because like I found a lot of interesting galleries which are showing graphics. Yeah, but like I like more challenging art, let's say. So so there's no risk in that art, no like radical experiments with form. So there's not too much of like play with imagination. So I just don't want to complain too much, because it's like a grumpy old fuck, and it's like someone can tell that, oh, you're not an expert or whatever. I'm making art like for 30 years almost now, and I'm watching a lot of exhibitions. That's my expertise. Anyway, that's always subjective. So this kind of reviews are like, when it comes to art, it's always subjective. Yeah. Anyway, you can say that they are not experimenting too much. But it's like great quality when it comes to technology. Like when it comes to like prints are not easy to do in general, to make it like clean and good looking and to make a like posh product out of it. So I went there because there was like one of my favorite like London-based artists, Liora Chiprut. She's really great. Of course, like she's not experimenting too much, I would say, with form, but it's like I enjoy her like watching Goya graphics or some classics. So she's like, but there are lovely, let's say, stories told by her. So it's very like cozy. Like I don't know proper word in English. Like very nice. There are very nice feelings described, like simple emotions, like being with loved ones or like hugging someone. Like anyway, so not like nothing edgy, let's say, just simple life. And she's making our artworks based on like drawings based on puppets which she made herself. So it's like another layer. She's inspired by poetry and some literature. And there are longer stories connected with her graphics, but anyway, formally it's quite simple, but simply, like, I would say it's sentimental in a way. Yeah, anyway, so there is like 14 artists which I picked, which I posted on Instagram from that Woolwich Contemporary Print Fair. And names, maybe I'll post some names in the comments later if I remember. Anyway, some random questions today. So let's see what Google will say. Random questions generator. I answered so many questions here, and everyone knows how stupid I am now, but it's like a huge project of mine to document my life in great detail. It's only one like facet of these efforts. Like I mean, there is plenty of other activities like documenting my art, all my sketches, writing a little bit for myself, and making videos. But this is one like snapshot of the mind is one another like layer of these efforts. Random question. Faculty Washington EDU. Random question generator. What's the best piece of advice you ever received? I answered this question. I don't remember too many advices in my life. My professor, which taught me like drawing, he always he never talked too much about drawings and about how to draw, but he always was saying that it's better to draw bigger hands than smaller, and it's quite useful advice. So some deeper advices I don't really remember. Like I never liked to listen advices. I always liked to learn by myself. So even if someone would try to tell me something, I would not listen probably. What incredibly strong opinion do you have that is completely unimportant in the grand scheme of things? Well, those are aesthetical opinions which doesn't matter. Like, of course, someone can tell that aesthetics is connected to ethics, and then it's problematic, but if I like some shoes or other, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter simply. Someone can puke looking at my shoes, but that's the only thing which can happen eventually. But like, our personal lives are so small and unimportant, and of course everything is connected, but like, really, to not speak extent very often. Like, I'm living in London now, and there's like millions of people. I see so many people on an everyday basis, thousands of people, and they are not influencing my life. Like, I of course see their faces. If there is no like deep interaction and exchange of information, there's not too much influence. So, I mean, for many it will sound depressive or whatever, but it doesn't matter too much. Like, in this world, if you are not making any bigger decisions, of course you can say that, okay, let's segregate trash, let's be good for our mother nature and so on. Okay, you can make decisions, but like, if you are making decisions when it comes to elections and choosing politicians, then you can say that your choice matters, but on a everyday basis, like, nobody gives a fuck about you in general. So if you lost all of your possessions, if you lost all of your possessions but one, what would you want it to be? I don't know. Pizza or tacos? I don't eat pizza because of gluten intolerance. Tacos the same, but I would probably choose pizza if I could eat it. Do you ever sing when you are alone? What songs? As I said, recently I've got this brain warm song of refugees. Like, there was one song of refugees. I'm constantly like not singing it, but repeating it. I don't remember the title. I don't remember even melody at this moment. Yeah, anyway, I know that it's a refugees song. What's an unpopular opinion you have? I've got plenty of unpopular opinions because I love unpopular opinions, and I like provoke people. So I am an atheist. I am anti-psychology, anti-academy, I'm not antisocial. I am asocial. Let's say I'm avoiding people very often. I am very unusual when it comes to opinion person, so I can be annoying probably for many people. Yeah, anyway, what's an unpopular opinion you have? I am an anarchist, so it's another thing which many would not like, because it's like against the whole system. What incredibly strong opinion do you have that is completely unimportant?
in the grand scheme of things. Incredibly strong opinion. Yeah, I just said like a few. Incredibly strong opinion. Yeah, I mean, about politicians, usually you've got strong opinions because they are like creating bills which will influence everyone. Like about abortion, for example. I am like pro-choice. It's personal responsibility of, and decision belongs to women's. What's your go-to dance move? Oh, okay. What's your favorite candy? Who cares? What's one place you've traveled that you never want to go back to? What's your theme song? What's the worst movie you've ever seen? The worst movie, I'm so sorry that I will tell you that, but there was this comedy with Sarah Silverman, and I love Sarah Silverman too. Like I love her stand up and whatever she's saying, I like it. Sarah Silverman is the best, but the worst movie was with her, and it was like the Million Ways to Die on the West, something like that, and it was extremely stupid comedy. Like I couldn't even watch it to the end because it was so annoying. So as her stand-up is extremely smart and surprising and like a good comedy, that movie, it's a crap. So I'm sorry. I know you spent millions of dollars to produce that movie, but unfortunately, as with many American movies, this one is like really, really bad. If you had to change your name, what would you change it to? So I'm not Luke originally. I'm Łukasz, and I don't like my name. Never liked it. Of course, it's my name, so I have to live with that. But so I choose Luke because it's close enough, but it's better. In the context of UK, it's working better. It's easier to say that, but I never thought about it. I don't care about names so much. If you had to change your name, I was joking some time ago when I was younger that I can change my name to Otto to match it to my surname, Otto Ratz. It would be funny. That's why I used that name Otto in one novel which I wrote and published on my website. Okay, have you ever saved someone's life? I don't think so. What is one of the great values that guides your life? What is one of the great values that guides your life? That we should like treat others like we would like to be treated. I don't know. Truth is the most important. That's the other. Because truth is practical. Truth leads to greater good in your life in general. So follow the truth, and you'll find correct answer. Don't be deluded by some delusional ideas. Follow only scientists.
What was your best birthday? What was your best birthday? I don't know. Now I'm not celebrating birthdays so much. I don't have too many friends, so in high school there were crazy parties, but in high school I was stressed all the time. Anyway, what was the best compliment you've ever received? I don't know. What is one of the great values that guides your life? It was before. What was the best compliment? What dumb accomplishments you are most proud of? Dumb accomplishment. I don't know. What's your earliest memory? Earliest memory is like when I was 2.5 years old. I burned myself by throwing extremely hot tea on my little sweater, and like this boiling water just stuck to my hand, and to this day I've got scar here, which is visible. So it was very painful, and it's like first memory of mine. Maybe there was a few before, like, but not important, like, let's say, but this one was like quite intense. Anyway, I told it before in the snapshot of the mind. Mountains or ocean? I like water. There's this opinion, like there was some statistical like association that introverts prefer mountains and extroverts prefer ocean and water and like open spaces. I am not a fan of this kind of associations, and I consider myself as an introvert, but I prefer ocean. I am a freak. What have you created that you are most proud of? My art as total is something something with which I'm working all my life with a lot of effort, and I am proud of my art in general. But nobody wants to make me an exhibition for free without paying for that, so it's like a bullshit story. And I'm going to many galleries and talking with people, and they are behaving like they are expecting like that I will pay them or whatever. I'll be licking their asses or whatever. I don't know what they are expecting from me. They would expect that I will finish Academy of Fine Art, or that I will be taking a part in some competitions, and I will be part of some. I'll be a member of some society, art society. That's not my cup of tea. I'm like against competition in art. So what does it mean? I mean that everyone is an artist and everyone can express themselves in their own way. So I'm not going to participate in any competition, art competition, because it doesn't matter for me what is the result. And like, I don't usually like respect the most famous artists or the most rewarded artists. Those are usually like politically correct people which are like not showing anything like radical or innovative or whatever. What's one of your favorite comfort foods? I answered many of these kind of questions, Recently I love avocado and salads of all kinds. Anyway, salmon. That's the comfort food. What do you like most about your family? This this silence maybe means something. They know how to talk with people, and like it's a family business. I mean, talking. I think. Yeah, I mean, something like that. What issue will you always speak your mind about? I'm always speaking my mind. Maybe I'm autistic or whatever, but I'm always saying what I'm thinking. And I don't know, just I don't see any reason why I shouldn't say something. I know that there are some reasons, and probably among some people you shouldn't say some things, but I am like, okay, whatever will happen. I am a loser anyway, so I can say anything. So I am like a joke. I am like that's why I love comedy, because these people just don't care. Like, what do you think about them? Just they are saying whatever they think, even if they think something extremely stupid, and it's very cool. So I mean, I love to celebrate freedom of speech in general. So when people come to you for help, what do you usually want help with? What do they usually want help with? As I said, I don't have too many friends, so it's not my choice. It's simply my life looks like that. But I had some close friends before, and just I think I am like more into like psychology and I mean analytical type in that psychology thing, like to interpret behaviors of people, and I would not help you with technical issues with your computer or with your car, because I don't have car. I don't care too much about what is inside of computer. Of course, those are extremely interesting subjects, but I'm not like a geek level for sure. So I can help you how to deal with people, maybe, but most of like I would help you with how to deal with yourself, maybe more, to not go insane, because I had a lot of adventures with myself, and now I'm stable, and I think I know how to do it. So Faculty Washington EDU, this is the website, random generator. It's not very random, because this okay, I will change the website, random question generator, but some other one. Random question generator for streamers. Okay, let's go with that. What was the last book you read? Okay, so I read
brain food. This lady which wrote this book is Dr. Mosconi, as far as I remember, and it was very good because it was very detailed, like list of foods which are good for your brains. They're like very like I never thought about food too much when I started having like some problems with digestion because of my gluten intolerance. I started to be more picky and careful, and like I thought, okay, brain is the most important organ, so let's try to connect like my gluten intolerance diet with some food for brain, good for brain, and let's see what will happen. Lisa Mosconi, this lady, Dr. Lisa Mosconi. I recommend this book, it's very good. Although I know about one thing which she didn't like put it on like on her list of important things which you should do for your brain. So don't drink alcohol. I know it's boring, and I am like sober many years, not because I was an alcoholic or anything like that, but because I simply choose to not drink alcohol. But alcohol is very bad for brain in general, because like there are some studies which are showing that even if you there are these studies which are showing that even if you drink moderate amount of alcohol on the everyday basis, your brain will shrink, so it will be simply smaller, and she just recommended to drink some wine because resveratrol, which is like good for longevity in general. So yeah, but anyway, it's a good if you want to know which like food is good for brain, just read Brain Foods by Lisa Mosconi. Okay. If you could have any animal for a pet, what would it be? Rat. Some rat. I thought about rats, and I had a friend which she had like 2 rats, and they were like awesome because they have hands like humans, and they are in general like very human like. If you would like be like close, if you are close, paying attention and looking at them from small distance, they look like small humans. So it's like very strange feeling because of these hands, and yeah, they are lovely creatures, and they are smart and so on. And there is not too much. Most of like neuroscience research is based on rats or mice, because genetically we are not very distant from them, and all which like almost all which is like which is correct when it comes to studies, all research which is based on rats' brains is working for humans, like when it comes to medications or neurotransmitters or whatever. It's almost the same in these rodents like in humans. Is Justin Bieber talented? That's the question. Is Justin Bieber talented? I think he's extremely talented. Some time ago, I'm not into celebrities, and especially I was not
into celebrities a few years ago when Justin Bieber was like starting to be popular. But I made a short research about him, and just to hear how he's singing. And I must say I was shocked, because I thought it's like another celebrity in which someone put a lot of money and he grew like to be a star, but he was really good musician. He's a good musician, I think. Of course, it's not my genre of music, and I would probably not listen to him like on everyday basis, because it's not my cup of tea. But yeah, Justin Bieber is a talented fellow. He's very young still, I think. So you are given $100. How do you use it for your stream? For my stream? What? If I would have $100, I would spend it on ads, probably, because I am invisible. Now, for people is watching this live stream, and it's nothing. There are people which have like thousands of followers. I'm just average Joe, so I'm not expecting anything special. Describe the perfect tuna sandwich. Okay, first of all, gluten-free bread, salad, avocado, tuna, tomato, and a cucumber, and that's it. And okay, would you ever do a 24-hour stream? Yes. Yes, I would do it. I love this kind of streams because I like to observe people. I'm not a creep. I really don't mean it in a sexual way or whatever, but I observe people, how they are behaving. I'm like an observer in general, so I'm very often sitting in coffee shops and sketching people. So I like to watch people and think what they are thinking, and so it's probably because I am spending so much time alone. But I'm always telling myself a story about some person which I am seeing. So, and probably everyone is doing it because it's empathy and natural tendency of human mind to do it. So I always try to imagine how someone's life look like. That's quite good random question generator. What is the ugliest animal in the world? Ugliest. There are these mole rats. These small, creepy creatures which are living underground, and they are completely hairless. They are bald, and they've got a lot of skin. They are famous because they don't suffer cancer. So they are mysterious because of that. So I am into cancer research. I am interested in cancer research. So that's why I know about them. But they are quite ugly, and they've got this teeth like that, huge teeth on front, and long nails, I think. Anyway, creepy. would you go skydiving tomorrow if you had a free ticket? And my very radical answer to it is never. Never. I am, when it comes to this kind of sports, I am like against them. I mean, if someone wants to do it, just do it. But I don't want to risk my life just to have fun. It's extremely stupid, I think. Yeah. How old will you live to? I am average Joe, so I expect to live like maybe to 70s, 80s. But you never know. You never know. Why is the Lord of the Rings trilogy the best movies ever made? I never. Okay, Lord of the Rings. Okay, I watched some, but I am not a huge fan of. So I mean, I liked it, but I am not into like fantasy realm or whatever, this kind of surreal stories which are like from the past but are not from the past. Fiction history, let's say. I'm into science fiction. I'm into the future. Like I'm thinking about future more than about history in general. Do you enjoy getting a haircut? As you can see, I don't have too many hairs anymore. I am a daddy. I'm not a daddy for real. But like a daddy, I'm telling daddy jokes, and I am bald. So going to barber and looking at mirror at your bald head, it's not the best experience ever. Because when I was younger, I had long hair. I was putting some color on my hair, and like I would love to do it now. But unfortunately I can't, so my haircut is always like completely aesthetic. I'm pretending that I don't care. I would love to make some punk hair in general, like red, green, something like that. But there's nothing I can do with it. They are very like, there's nothing. So I would rather be completely bald than pretending that I've got hair. If you could have the power of teleportation right now, where would you go and why? Where would I go? If you go to San Francisco, I would go to San Francisco, maybe. Why not? I've never been to San Francisco, but I think about it like, I think about hippies, in general, about hippies times, 70s, the great era of amazing music, psychedelic rock, and this kind of stuff. And I would want to see California in general. But teleportation is like, probably you can make. I would go, if I could, of course, if I could come back easily, maybe I would go to like some Enceladus, some moon of Saturn, or yeah, some place in solar system which is distant but interesting from scientific point of view or whatever. It would be nice to explore this kind of place. Would you ride on a hippo if you had the chance? No, because You shouldn't write any animals, come on. If you were famous, what would you be famous for? For not being quiet. For speaking, because of telling what I'm thinking, and someday someone will punish me someone will fine me because I will tell something about Catholic Church or government, and they will put me into the jail. What is the longest you have stayed awake? When I was younger, I was like not sleeping too much in general, and it was extremely stupid because it's harmful for your brain. But I had troubles with sleeping in general then, because I was manic a little bit, and so I had these days where I couldn't sleep, and it was like few days in a row sometimes, and it was exhausting. And okay. What sports did you play as a kid? So we didn't have like professional professional playgrounds, let's say, to play like even at schools, because it was Poland. So in Poland there was no like money to make professional like football, anyway, so I played basketball. I liked funny thing is, like, we played baseball, but we played baseball with everything. There was a tennis ball and this stick, whole stick was made out of some wood, but it was not like professional. And I loved playing baseball, actually. Even if we didn't know the rules, like real rules of baseball, we played baseball, and it was a lot of fun. But it was like short period of my childhood when we played baseball. But we played football as well, basketball, and yeah. I was always too small for basketball. I never ran in a great. I was never a runner, so I never liked football too much. Who is your favorite streamer to watch? I don't have favorite streamer, to be honest. There's this girl with Tourette with Tourette syndrome. Which have so many tics. I don't remember her name at this moment, but she's amazing. Because it's amazing, like, if you see that someone is struggling with some problems and they are still like living trying to live normal life. So Tourette's syndrome tics are quite sometimes intense and long-lasting, and if you're trying to live normal life with it, it's very, very difficult. I trying to remind myself with her name, but okay. Yeah, I'm trying to live with bad memory. Random question generator for streamers. It's called streamergrowthschool.com. Random question generator for streaming. Let's go with another one. What is the most money you have found on the ground? Never found any bigger amount of money. Like, I don't remember anything like that. Have you ever met a Karen in real life? Yes. Karen Turner, great British artist, with which I made an interview. Are you sunrise, daylight, twilight, or night time? Why? I am night time. I love to spend my time. Nights are the best for me. I love nights. What languages do you know? How to speak? Well, I'm speaking only English and Polish. If I'm sometimes calling and drawing a language, so I consider it as a language. I would love to speak Spanish. I said it a few times, but I've got no time and money for Spanish lessons. I don't know any Spanish person which would like to teach me. What is your favorite magical or mythological animal? Flying spaghetti monster. What is your dream job? To be a full-time artist, and it's constant. My dream job is to sit in a huge studio with unlimited amount of canvases or some material to make sculptures of, like, I've got some ideas for maybe I'll not tell what kind of ideas I've got. Anyway, yeah, full-time artist, and that's it. But as far as I know, people around me, nobody wants to give you what you want. That's the rule. What is your dream job? What is the most people you ever had on your stream? I thought about inviting someone to this kind of stream, because I've got this fun page, Undiscovered Universes. It's about art in general. So I thought about inviting someone who is making art, and to make some simply interview. Maybe I'll come back to this idea. There's plenty of interesting artists in London. I know a few, and of course, to make a stream with them would be the easiest way to make an interview. What is the best advice you would give to a new streamer? In order to be a streamer, first of all, you have to have money for ads and promotion, and that's it. That's how capitalist internet works, and it's about capitalism in general. In order to make money, you have to have money. If you don't have money to spend on your fan pages, just if you don't have, like, if you've got hundreds of friends, which is like, I doubt that you are so popular, then maybe it have any sense. But I'm making the streams like for a few people which I know, and it's like generally doesn't do anything for me. Doesn't do anything good. Next question. Would you ever show all of the hair on your body? To some special person, maybe I can show all hair on my body. Do you enjoy Mondays? Recently, my Mondays are not the worst, I would say. They are quite nice. What is something that is on your bucket list? What is bucket list? Oh, a number of experiences or achievements that a person hopes to have or accomplish during their lifetime. To be honest, I am not planning too much. Maybe I'll write another book, maybe autobiography or something like that. Maybe I'll write some longer theoretical text about art. Maybe I'll learn about artificial intelligence more. Maybe, I don't know. I've got some interests which I want to deepen, let's say. But I wanted few things, but now they seems like a little bit distant and impossible to achieve, like normal stuff with which everyone have, and like I don't see perspective, like I don't see option to make it real, and it's about money in general. So I suppose that I will not have too much money in general, because there's no, like, I predict that I will not be rich in the near future, so I will not achieve some goals which are simply connected with money. What is your most used emoji? I am just smiling like a stupid fuck. If you could see one movie again for the first time, what would it be and why? Something like Inception, maybe. Parnassus. That is quite. I don't know. I'm not a huge cinema person. If you could switch lives with anyone for a day, who would it be? I don't care. If you were a wrestler, what would be your theme song? If I would be a wrestler, I would use some music from Queens of the Stone Age. There was some. What is that? Just okay. Anyway, yeah, Queens of the Stone Age. It's one of my favorite bands ever. maybe something from them. Okay. Do you want to become a full-time streamer? It depends how much someone would pay me, but I'm doing it just for myself, like I don't know, like I'm just experimenting. Full-time streamer. I mean, it seems like an easy job, but it seems like I would run out of ideas very, very fast, and I would become a daddy, boring old fuck very quickly. Okay, do you think people will go to Mars in your lifetime? Possibly. It's possible. If there will be like competition between Virgin and SpaceX and NASA and Chinese, at some point someone will go there, and I don't necessarily think that it's a great idea, because people can die there very easily. But like, I don't know if that human mission like is really necessary. We can send their robots, better robots, and simply, like, I imagine like robots which are which have engines like nuclear power, and they can run there for many months, and it would be probably more interesting. Like, all this curiosity and all these missions were extremely interesting, even if there was no humans. But of course, like, it would be fun to see it, because it would be amazing show. But I imagine that you are spending so many millions of dollars to do it, and it's like we've got so many problems on Earth, so which we can solve. Just wonder how long I am here. Anyway. Let's see. What is the longest you have gone without bathing? Never longer than one evening, probably. Have you ever hitchhiked before? I never hitchhiked. If your pet could talk, what do you think it would say? I don't have a pet. What is your favorite sports team? I'm not following sports. Not fan of any teams. What is your dream job? I said it a few times. What was the last book you read? I said it. Would you ever get a face tattoo? Actually, I am like, as I said, I will probably never make a tattoo. But there is a few options of face tattoo which I would maybe consider, like this little drop under eye, for example, I've read somewhere that it means like missing freedom. That's when you are in prison and you've got this drop. It's like you are crying because you are enslaved or whatever, and it's like the whole life I feel like that, that I'm not free, and it would be like, and I had a few experiences where I was like, some rights were taken from me, let's say, and it would symbolize that trauma which I have because of that. So, is water wet? Is water wet? Philosophical question. We are feeling that it's wet. Maybe our feeling it's a wetness of water. Who is the greatest musician that ever lived? So I don't know music so well, but I love. I had in high school I had a friend which was like studying music, and he once bought me a CD of Rachmaninoff, and I fell in love with Rachmaninoff, and Rachmaninoff was one of the greatest musicians ever. I like to listen John Cage. I enjoy Haydn. I don't know, greatest. I don't like this kind of descriptions. The greatest, the most fantastic, whatever, the most talented. It's everyone is good in something different. Steve Reich, contemporary, Avro Part, but those are like more pop, like. Public speaking, love it or hate it. Of course I hate it. That's why I'm an introvert, and that's why I love internet, because I don't have to face real people. I just know that potentially there's someone who is watching, but I never like face that people for real. Would you go skydiving tomorrow? No. Is mayonnaise good? Oh, what does it mean even good? Mayonnaise is morally bad, I think. You are going sail around the world. What's the name of your boat? Fuck off, I'm not sailing anywhere. This is the name of the boat. Okay. You have to sing karaoke. What song do you pick? I don't know too many songs, but okay. I answered somewhere in the snapshot of the mind that question. Favorite place you have traveled to? Barcelona. Love Barcelona. I would love to go there again. Favorite smell? I answered that question as well. If your pet could talk, okay. Can you play an instrument? I'm playing a little bit of guitar, but at this moment I don't have guitar, and that's it. Have you ever hitchhiked before? No. Okay. Does Bigfoot exist? No. Would you consider yourself to be spiritual? No, I'm not spiritual, although, for example, I meditate on regular basis, but I'm not considering that activity as spiritual. It's like mind exploring, I would say. I am a mind explorer, psychology explorer, let's say a personal potential explorer, and I think that people which are exploring the same way, they are calling it spirituality, but spirituality, it's you are considering that our everyday, let's say, experience, it's not all what is there, but I believe that we've got only what we've got here and now. So I am a realist, and I don't believe in any supernatural stuff in general. So that's why I'm not calling myself spiritual. If you were famous, what would you be famous for? Do you enjoy shopping? I would enjoy shopping if I would have a lot of money. Public speaking. Okay, if you could have do you believe in any conspiracy theories? I believe that there are very, very rich people, and there is a few of them, which can manipulate a lot, and they are doing it, and it's not a conspiracy, actually. The lobbyists, people which are trying to influence governments by money, and just rich people they are trying to protect their money, and it's like, it's not a conspiracy, it's a fact. Like public speaking. Okay, it's another question. What is the best advice? Okay. Are video games arts? I would, to some extent, I would say, to make a game, it's a craft, which is like comparable to arts, and there's plenty of graphic designers which are like artists, simply, and we would say like some studios, I mean groups of artists which are creating games, those are artists, I would say. But because games are extremely conventional, I mean there's some limit to creativity, which you can like explore in that kind of games which they are creating now. So yeah, games, it's like a comment about this art fair which I visited today. A lot of creativity now is conventional. That there are some rules of like making prints, for example, some classic subjects, like still life, figurative art, abstract art, just, and there are conventions of doing it, and these conventions are limiting imagination of many artists. So the same is with games. They are not pushing in the direction of originality, of inventing something completely new. They are pushing like to salesmen. So companies, like corporations and like many companies functioning, like answering, first of all, like answering question, can we sell it? So of course, if you want to ask this question, you will check what is selling, what they are selling on the market, and you are not creating then anything new, but you are recreating, so you are copying old patterns. So if people love, I don't know, first person perspective games, shooting games, and it's the best selling product, then you are creating another type of shooting game, and it's boring as fuck. You can create it like more surreal, like that you are fighting with some monsters, you are fighting with some aliens or whatever, but it's a limiting scenario. So, but I don't know market of the games, to be honest, so I can be wrong about it. But I suppose that if you are trying to sell something, you will not try to make art, and you will not risk millions of dollars to make art. Have you ever been bitten by an animal? Bitten? Yes, I mean, when I was a kid, by ducks. Really? Ducks. Have you ever purchased Bitcoin? No. I always knew that it's a scam. When was the last time you barfed? Barfed. I don't know what it means. Anyway, do aliens exist? I answered this question. Somewhere there are aliens, but not here. Have you ever dreamed on dinosaurs? No. Okay, so it was streamergrowthschool.com website, random questions generator for streamers. Too many repetitions, like these questions are repeating. Yeah, so that's annoying. So I can consider myself as a tester of random questions generators. And this one was good, but not the best I ever tried. Okay, it was pleasure. Thank you for watching. See you next time.
Hello, funny people. How are you? How are you? That's me. Look, Ratz. I hope you are well. Really, I do think that you should be well. It would be awesome. I know that many of you is perfectly fine in amazing circumstances. That's perfect. It's one of these kind of days of the year when many people is quite well, let's say. So I survived 2022. I survived COVID-19. It felt like nothing for me, but I suppose that there are some damages in my body about which I don't know nothing. But let's be positive. Maybe these damages caused something good as well. That's my crazy idea to interpret that fact that I had it. Of course, like COVID-19, it's the worst thing which happened. I was working a lot that year. Not in the way, not perfectly in that way in which I would like to, but it was close enough to be quite satisfied with my life, close enough to my passion. New job like allowed me to use some materials which I would not get if I would not work like I'm working as a framer. So I made a lot of artworks which I posted here on my fan page. Hundreds of sketches of all sorts of sketches. They are not the best, but that is the best what I could do in that kind of circumstances with constant problems of many kinds. Anyway, so I survived another year in London, which I consider as a success and huge pleasure to be here. London is this kind of this kind of city where even if you don't have anything, like you can take a walk and it will be nice walk in nice neighborhood with nice parks and pleasant views. So it's like a reward by its on its own. And so even stupid like walk can be cool, because you can find out about some interesting places, interesting businesses. You can see some amazing architecture. You can spot some very interesting people on the street, and so on and so on. So being in London is it's a nice adventure, amazing adventure. Now I'm like working in Windsor, and it's another interesting experience. So I'm like finding out how UK is functioning, and it's like quite different experience than Polish way of living, let's say. Yeah, so even if I'm not like, if I don't necessarily have what I would like to at this moment, I've got a lot of like nice experiences, let's say. So 2022, yeah, because my main goal in life is to make arts. I'm proud of myself that I made so many quite good artworks, which should be showed in some nice exhibition, and maybe it will happen soon. Who knows? What else? I just finished a nice book that's cool as well. Sabine Hossenfelder, Lost in Math. It's one of the best books I've ever read, like really, because it's the same critical, let's say, approach to science which I've got, but which is coming from the scientists, which is working like on the edge of progress of let's say of physics, and it was nice to get some arguments like against existing science methodology from the scientists, because I am like a free thinker and I am nobody, to be honest, like in the field of science, so my opinions doesn't matter too much, but of course I've got some observations, let's say, of my own observations. So the main theme of that book is, let's say, that experiments which are, and theory, let's say, theories which are which physicists are inventing are based on math, because like the number of experiments which we can make on in our like situation is like limited. Many experiments was done, so there is so theories are becoming not based on experiments which we already have, but on math. Unfortunately, okay, I don't know if you can hear me, because there are problems with my Wi-Fi. But anyway, so our theories are based on math. Okay, theoretically it's working, but I don't know how long and how good. Anyway, so our theories are not based on experiments, but on math at this moment, and this can be a huge mistake, and it can be misleading, and it can be time consuming in a wrong way, and money consuming in a wrong way. So I am like, I've got this opinion that observation and experiments are the source of, let's say, true science, which is not false, simply because truth I consider as a something which is showing up in an experiment, not in equation necessarily. Of course, equations and math are extremely important too. Those are extremely important tools, but experiment is on the first place. This is because of our psychology, which is not perfect, let's say, and individuals are not perfect, and social life is complex, and these social factors are influencing how like scientists are functioning in society and so on. So the main like methods to test hypothesis should be experiment, in my opinion, because it's like you can be biased simply when it comes to I mean, you can have problem with interpretation of experiment as well, but it's a fact. It's not a matter of opinion. And facts are the most important. Anyway, great book. I highly recommend. You can dig into the details of her arguments, which are amazing. Of course, there's a lot of like very detailed information about like what is going on in physics. Not everything is like I can't comprehend everything what is going on there, I think. Because those are like highly complex theories at some point, connecting, like trying to connect some theories which are working, like relativity and particle physics and so on, wave function and this kind of stuff. Anyway, extremely interesting. I am like a very, let's say, concrete person. I like let's say something which is always looking for something which is showing up in reality for real. So physics is like very interesting for me. And it's like, for me, it's like basic science in general. So like mother of all sciences. Okay, Sabine Hossenfelder is a very well-known person. Many of you probably know her, like from YouTube channel, where she's like describing many, describing and teaching like about physics in general, what is going on in physics. Highly recommended. Amazing person and amazing book. Whatever. This is like my life. Just my way of measuring time is like from one book to another, and from one drawing to another drawing, from one artwork to another artwork. So because I made more drawings than last year, 2021, I think I had like more time. That's a joke, of course. I don't know if I've read more books. I don't think so. When it comes to books, it was not very fruitful. Not very fruitful year because of many factors, but mainly because I'm traveling now more, and I don't have time, even in the train, to open the book, and I'm not buying audiobooks yet. So anyway, maybe I'll make what I am doing very often, so random questions generator. Before I will do it, I'll just think, what else can I say? I posted some drawings which I documented recently. It was yesterday, before yesterday, like this week in general. Those are sketches which are maybe sometimes nice to watch, but I'm not. Those are this kind of drawings which I'm not like. They are not very important for me, simply. Small drawings, like sketches made in a coffee shop, those are like very random. random things. So they are usually like made in like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. Later I'm coming back home, and after a few days maybe I'll come back to some of the sketches, and so this is not like serious, let's say. So there is surveysparrow.com, random questions generator. I don't think I've ever been on that website, because I like, who knows, maybe I've been here, but so you can generate a question, but you have to choose category. And I'm choosing open-ended questions. Okay. Do you like animals? I love animals, of course, from the distance. When they not like taking my time, or they are not and like a danger for me. So animals are great, but I have to confess you that I started eating meat this year. There's many reasons for that, but I just read some article that you can't get enough of some vitamins without meat in general, and it was not like the first time. Because I am a health geek, and I'm trying to do my best for myself when it comes to health. So I started eating meat. Not too often, but yeah, those are animals. Do I like eat animals? Not necessarily. For many years I've been like, I was eating like only vegetarian food. It was like, I would say 20 years of being vegetarian. It's a long time, and I never complained. But and of course, some of these vitamins which you can vitamins you can get just from supplements theoretically, and I've been taking some B12 vitamin or something like that, but anyway, I started eating meat, chicken and whatever meat, but I must say that I found it like very delicious. And so I'm not only like to watch animals, I like to eat them sometimes. But if there would be like option to create artificial meat, I would subscribe to that option. I would eat this kind of artificially made eat, and there are some efforts to do it, and I'm like very into it, because I really think that like animals are conscious being, with some kind of inner life, and because of compassion, I would prefer to not do it, but because of compassion to myself, and I'm sometimes eating that meat. Okay, let's another question. What is your favorite type of food? I'm not into this kind of question. Do you have a preferred cooking methods? I'm not cooking. If I'm cooking, it's microwave. What is your favorite style of decor? I like simplicity. I like practical things, so but I like pictures as well, so I like my pictures on the wall. What is your favorite color? For many years, I would be like answering this question like that it's green, but now I know that all colors can be like, there's always some type of yellow, sometimes of some type of pink, which I will love. So you will always find some nice type of nice color. Anyway, from whole palette, what is your favorite type of music? Okay, I'll go to some other. Let's expose myself with lack of knowledge, and let's go to trivia questions. Generate question. Which country has the most UNESCO World Heritage Sites? UNESCO. Which country has the most UNESCO World Heritage Sites? India? I don't know. Italy. That's the answer. Okay. We'll learn something as well. Okay, which planet is the closest in size to Earth? But from solar system, I would say that it's Mars. From solar system, but of course Mars is smaller, and there's gravity which is 6 times weaker than on Earth, as far as I remember. Oh, okay. So it's actually Mercury. Oh no. It looks, no, it's Venus, which have radius only slightly smaller than Earth. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter. Okay, let's we've learned so much. What is the highest mountain peak in North America? I don't care. Close-ended question. Do you like your life right now? Very much so. How old are you? 40. Do you prefer savory or sweet flavors? Sweet flavors. How do you feel today? I feel great. What is your least favorite subject? History. Do you like the product? Yes, not bad. Random questions generator. What is your favorite product category? I don't know. Computers. What are your goals for this year? For the next year, my goal, I would say, my goal is to do everything better. Was the product worth the price? It depends. What would you change about your life if you could? Okay, let's job satisfaction question, fun quiz questions. What do the stars on the American flag represents? States. Yes, there are 50 stars representing the 50 states, and there are 13 stripes representing the 13 original colonies. Which country is the largest in the world? I would say the China. Russia, okay. Some fun facts about food. Okay. Random questions. Who was the first human to walk on the moon? Armstrong. Neil Armstrong. How many states are in the United States? 50. We just had it. Okay, but why? Okay, I don't like it. I don't like the experience. I'm sorry. I mean, Survey Sparrow random questions generator. It's a great tool for learning, and it's like probably should be used like that. Cheeky questions. How many states are in the India? 28 states. What is the world's largest country by population? That can be like China or India. I would say that it's India. China. Okay. When it comes to political context, it was shittier. I think almost everywhere. Politics sucks. Economy sucks. Funny thing about me, like, I don't think I even watched one movie in that year. I don't think so. No TV, no cinema, nothing. Which is, I just realized that because sometimes I've got that crazy thought that I should go to the cinema, and I'm not doing it. And I would love to go there, but I don't like feel that pressure and needs too strongly. Art news. You can ask me some questions. In 2022, the art workers continued to unionize and strike for their rights. I mean, in any crisis, art workers will be hit like on the first place, because it's like the need for culture is like it's not like basic needs. Of course, like I love art and like I love culture, so don't expect that it will be differently. In a different way. Art workers will be hit the most. And I don't want to go into the like story about the function of arts and so on, but it's, of course, it's extremely important. One of the like functions, I will go there. One of the functions is like to make your life bearable, even if everything sucks. So that's the function of culture one. So maybe it would be like in all that crises. Maybe it would be good to invest in arts, because it's like music is making life better, even if it's for real. If it's for really, for real, it's your life sucks. So so pay art workers, but art workers don't expect miracles. I'm just checking artnews.com to like provoke myself to comment something. But I'm like not checking art news in general usually because I am too pissed off. Because art is for some very like weird people for me. Like it's for some like elite, but it's not elite for real. It's not an intellectual elite. It's something different. Those are simply people which are like gamblers for me. That they are lucky that someone gave them money to survive as an artist. So I am like into Van Goghs and people like Van Gogh, and we've got plenty of this kind of artists now, which will be doing it no matter if someone will give them money. And there is no support for these people, and there was never support for this kind of people. So artwork, which is like living in that luxury, dreamlike life, is simply annoying for me because like they are not risking anything. They are not, and they will not lose as much as many other artists. So, and of course, like it's like in that economy, in that system, like there is 2% on top, and the rest are like subhumans. So, art world is representing it like in a great way. Oh. And it's another thing about artworks. A very Van Gogh road trip, 10 artworks in the United States, and where to find them. So contemporary like art news, artwork, they are like talking about all that, like Picasso's, Van Goghs, and all that classics. Like they would belong there. Like there would like. Of course, it's good that they are talking about it. History of art is extremely interesting and so on, and it's nice to like cultivate memory of these people. But contemporary artworks don't give a fuck about Van Goghs, which are living now. So don't be deluded. Like there are now avant-garde artists which are making great art, but they don't have any money from that and any support. I'm just checking like headlines, something which will trigger me. Yeah, so my solution to all inequality in arts is to start giving money to artists randomly. This is my perfect solution to inequality. Because there is no good way to select artists which will be not biased in any way. So. The article on Art News, the defining artworks of 2022. Really? can you do it? Have you seen everything like what was produced in that year? There is only like there will be only artworks which are which have been seen on some major shows, so it's not saying anything about what's going on now in arts. I'm just watching pictures, of course I'm not reading it. And so far, I haven't seen any like picture which would be like striking for me, very extremely interesting. This one is interesting. Michael Hazer, some land arts, which I've never seen before. I think that's quite interesting. Okay, let's find something else which will trigger me. I am an angry person. Wow. Free jazz pioneer Milford Graves transports with posthumous art puzzle installation, bringing the polymath many practices together. Another thing like which is triggering me. Okay, they can like make a star of someone who is dead, but they will not make it with someone who is living. Like they simply just don't want too many artists to be like on top or to be shown. So they're like picking up some dead amazing artists and making business out of it, and it's like comfortable to do it with dead people simply because you can do whatever you want with them. Then it's like interpreting Van Gogh is better when he is dead because he have nothing to say, so it's only a product and you can say whatever you want about it and nobody cares like if it's true or not. So astrology has a long history in art through the centuries. Of course, like a lot of stupidity have a history in art. And like I think that's the place for this kind of untrue claims like astrology. You can make art about it and it's fine. if you are a religious person, like, don't try to change other people. Just make a drawing or painting, and then it will be not a problem. But if you want to change all people around you by governing like their life, that's the problem. And it's like, who was Andy Warhol and why was he so important? Fine, we know Andy Warhol was great, but just stop it. Like, there was plenty of other artists, like, okay, you want to write an article which is like popular, you want to have clicks, that someone is reading it for real, but write about contemporary art. Like, well, what is going on with you people? Like, and don't pretend that there is no like contemporary artists. I would prefer like to find article about some contemporary artists from Instagram, which nobody knows, than reading 120 articles about Andy Warhol. It's an artist sent hundreds of anonymous postcards to art world luminaries with intriguing results. Let's see what is there. Yeah, because like postcards is something which you can't ignore, but emails, you can send hundreds of them to these people and they will never ever even read it. Like, yeah, so, and how much money did he have to spend on that postcards? Like, come on. Yeah, it was like taking a shit in a gallery, and then maybe someone will start paying attention to you because you just took a shit in some gallery. Like, really, like, if those are cultural people, what they claim, just respond to emails. People, like, I've sent so many of them to some gallery, to many galleries and people from art world, and they almost never answer. So and now I'll now tell something which is like dangerous to say probably. There is a question: why have artists who work with Kanye West remained silent on his anti-Semitism? Because if you listen carefully to Kanye West, you'll find out that he's not anti-Semite. he simply like said something stupid about it, but he's simply, it's like a revenge on some people which like they are Jewish, but he's not anti-Semite like in a systematic way, I suppose. But of course I don't know everything what Kanye West said, but what he's saying is quite crazy. But I think it's a misinterpretation of what he wanted to say and wanted to say, and it was, I think, pure emotion. And of course it's stupid, and of course nobody should do it. But probably just these artists who know Kenya, they know him, and they know that he probably are saying many things to provoke people and so on. So just and of course, like, I am anti-fascist, I am anti-Semitism. I think it's completely like irrational to like stigmatize any kind of group or minority or whatever. But there are people which are simply more emotional than like rational, let's say, and Kenya is this kind of person. And in that context I can say, like, I don't think Kanye West is mentally ill. He simply is more emotional than rational, and so on. And like, anyway, the best installations at Paris plus city sites, which has taken over 4 iconic Paris locations. Watching pictures again. Would I pick anything from that installations? On purely visual base, without reading about that installations, I would choose two sculptures of Tedious mostly, which I am seeing for the first time ever, I think. I mean, yeah, and I like his sculptures, yeah, in general. Amazing one. I've learned something new again. Let's go for other triggering headlines. Okay, I'm reading that headlines, and there's like not too many like articles about which I would really want to read. It's because like I've got completely different approach to arts. Like Artwork is trying to make out of arts something social, so they try to force artists to make socially relevant art. But artists they should choose like what they want to do with their art, and if they want to make individualistic art, like Van Gogh, for example, they should do it. And the landscape of arts would be much more interesting than it's now, because now it's like for example, being anti-racism is like obvious for me. Like, yes, of course, yeah, we should be normal people. We don't have to make 1,000 exhibitions about it. Like, come on. And I'm not saying it's bad, but there's so many other like topics to make art about, like, and I'm sure that many artists making art about many other topics, and of course, like, okay, that's fine, that have social value, but it's not the only thing which we should talk about. Of course, like, there is political landscape which is like scary sometimes, like in Poland, like in many other places. But let's diversify what artists are talking about. Like, I'm like into abstract art, which is not addressing some subjects, because I think that this kind of political issues subjects can be addressed directly by artists when they are talking about it, and it's faster and it's more efficient to talk about it. It's simple to tell it. Like, racism is stupid, is bad, it doesn't have any like rational. There's nothing rational in racism. I can say that, but I'm not making all the time art about it, because it would be like limiting myself. Yeah, someone decapitate me one day. I'm already like cancelled artist, so but I'm sure that it can be quoted in the wrong way, what I just said. Yeah, okay, so arts. Let's say something provocative. Let's see what else is going on the world. So there is a Polish title, Gazeta Wyborcza, and this is very good newspaper, and like good newspaper. But recently they posted a few articles where some priests are talking about stuff, whatever. And I just don't get it. Like, why priests are talking about something? Like, for whom those people are authorities? Like, this is sick for me. So that's puzzling for me. That's why I stopped following as an atheist, and like as an atheist which thinks that rationality should like be the most important mode of thinking, let's say, in society. So as a rationalist, as an atheist, I think that it's horrible that priests in Poland have such a huge influence that someone is making interviews with them, like in newspapers, and that they are treated so seriously when there is no rationality in it. So I stopped following them because I don't want to read about these people in a public sphere, because it's like insane for me. So yeah, in the context, like what is going on now in Russia, and now it seems that Jewish people are like treated like as scapegoats there because of conflict in Ukraine. Yeah, what I just said before, it sounds horrible, but yeah, so there is an article that Jewish people should run away from Russia now because it can be very bad there for them. So that's horrible. Like, very bad news. I would never connect like war in Ukraine with anti-Semitism, like, but I mean, there was some clue when it comes to war in Ukraine because leader of Ukraine is Jewish. But anyway, I am not from this world. When I'm reading news, I just don't know what is going on. Like, who can be interested in this kind of news? Like, who can be interested in reading some articles So I'm like this kind of person which is like living inside world. Like I'm calling myself insider. That's why other people are calling me outsider probably. But I'm interested more in my inner life than outside world. And I'm like interested mainly in science, so fortunately, because I'm now on the Gazeta Wyborcza website, they are writing about pedophilia among priests, which is, of course, very good. So there is some something to, like, you know. Anyway, so another like monk, Catholic monk, was molested some young boys, and he got like 12 years of prison for that. And there's so many of that kind of cases, you can't imagine even. What an insane world. Science. On wyborcza.pl. Science. Cosmos, archaeology, weather, environment, animals, brain. Let's see what's going on there. Okay. I will say something about DALL-E 2. So recently I posted like one artwork which I made with DALL-E 2, using DALL-E 2, and I must say I am shocked how great algorithm it is. Like DALL-E 2 is really amazing, and I think it's very useful tool for all creative people, and it's a very good direction when it comes to AGI, I think, because it's algorithm which is based on more on representations than only on semantics and logic. So very good direction, and because I think AGI is, in my opinion, should be going into the direction of making complex representations as it is in the human brains in general. So so not only language based, but like geometrical representations which are representing our words, because language is not the only way brains. Like, I don't believe that thinking is mainly language. It's those are complex representations. Anyway, so DALL-E 2, very, very great tool. Unfortunately, it's not the best artwork which I made based on DALL-E, but I just made like a sketch, but you can use that tool in a better way for sure, using better tools. I mean, better than markers and pens and this kind of stuff. Anyway, okay, have a nice evening. Thank you.